speaker frequencies dogs will have trouble hearing. Cannabis is the lyrical version of German engineering. Raw metaphors keep you high for months. Fly around the earth twice without refueling once. Ain't too many categories I can fit in when it comes to spitting, cause I'm overqualified for the position. The laser guided, lyrical hybrid, creating scripts so sick I gotta arm wrestle my pen to write it. Don't get excited, cause if I ever catch one of you wannabes biting, we're gonna be fist fighting. So motherfuckers, what you want? I got the shotgun pump. You feel like a frog, then jump. I possess the lyrical ammo, the battle, and rip any one of you warm-blooded mammals to shambles. I make examples and you will eat a mouthful of your crew. The type of MC you can't outdo. I battle you on the net, I battle you in the flesh, I battle you over the phone, you can call me collect. I battle you for the respect, I battle you over a blank check, I battle you with a gun to my neck, I battle you standing over the toilet with my dick out, I battle you juggling a hand grenade with the pin out, in a stolen car with the VIN number ripped out, drinking a Guinness style, doing a 360 spin out. I stay righteous like Farrakhan, puffing on the marathon. You understand where I'm coming from? You number one, then I'm -2. Basically, that means I'm still better than you. Basic mathematics, the verbal mechanics of rhyming. Behold, I crush a piece of coal and create a diamond. On the microphone, I'm sicker than those who've acquired immune deficiency syndromes. And every word I utter for hip-hop lovers will reflect forever like two mirrors facing each other. The baddest, M other, F ucker. Let me break the style down so you don't have to wonder. I walk the B-lock with the G-lock, C-op, trying to get the D-R-op on the C-ops. Blow spots, capsize boats, shipwreck yachts. Headshots hit you with 300 nautical knots. You calling the cops, complaining about the hip-hop. Getting Benjamins like the L-Ox. It don't stop, Put away your burners, you can't service. My whole camp is allergic to being murdered. Metaphors is proof I got more than just a couple screws loose. Latinos call me the Black Jesus. So for all who believe in telekinesis of Jesus, I touch a paraplegic and heal them.
Hi, yo. This is RT, TI in New York City. We're about to
jump off with the live stream right now, and I got Nigel Nicholson in the building. I got Raw True 7 in the building. Eventually, there'll be a few other TIs hopefully coming through as well. And we got an interesting call to say the least tonight. You know what I mean? Got a special guest coming up towards the end. I won't mention the person's name as of yet. Just try to stick around, stay tuned, and we'll play it by ear, see what happens. In any case, I'm just going to pass the floor over to Nigel. He has an interesting book title and an article in relation to Dr. Jose that he wants to share with us. Nigel, whenever you're ready.
All right, yeah. So welcome to the call. He was acting up now. What's going on here? Okay. All right. So welcome to the call, those of you who are on the call, those of you who are listening to this podcast. Before I go into reading what I want to read, just want to give a few minutes to talk about my targeting that has been going on lately. So, still, the noise campaign is still there. You know, it's the night, it's the morning. You have to wake up, start hearing sound. Okay? I know we're in the midst of a pandemic, but nothing has changed. It's not like my targeting has gotten any better. Matter of fact, it is about, the same. There's the days when they'll engage in heavy-handed targeting, and then there are days when they'll take obviously take a break, but they'll lessen the target. And being that I'm over by the kids more than about 10, they'll use any opportunity they can to get her to target. Okay, so that is, nothing new. Talk about this all the time. They continue to use her to target me with the hand signals and stuff like that. And, I kind of came home because, again, it's at the point where to avoid an argument and to avoid me getting angry at the things that she's doing, then I decided, let me just leave, back the next day. My usual routine in this targeting, so, oh, if I forget, so yesterday, someone came in the ring and rang the doorbell. So I get up to go towards the door, and I heard the elevator open and the person in the elevator. So I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe they have a package to deliver. And so I opened up the door, and there was nothing there. So I said, okay, well, so I put on my slippers, and I went upstairs. He's like the mailman or one of those other delivery service, the one who was there. So they're back on playing those games again. They probably want to be outside for whatever reason. But, anyway. So they'll do stuff like that, right? Sometimes they'll ring the bell and not say anything. I'll go downstairs thinking there's a package and there's nothing there. There's nobody there. They do these things. I don't quite understand why yet. Or no, not understand, but I don't quite know why. I don't understand because they're just, they're psychopathic idiots. And they like to do stupid shit. So that's one of the reasons for them doing it, Now, what is it that they're trying to accomplish? All right, but anyway, let me move on to the article. Not an article, actually. It's about 2 or 3 paragraphs from this book called Physical Control of the Mind towards a psycho-civilized society by Dr. Jose Delgado. It's interesting that when you get this book, and I send a link to our team, you can download it for free, right? They don't say Dr. Jose Delgado. They just say Jose Delgado, right? Now, I know that, I don't know, maybe he's, to me, he's a doctor. He's a doctor. He committed all these experiments, these, non-consensual human experimentation, illegal injection of electrodes into the human people's mind to control them. So he started with animals and then he moved on to humans. And this book was written in 1969. So it was to show you that even though we're talking about this today as if most people today would think, excuse me, most people today would think that this is, sci-fi and all this stuff. But, back then, we're in 2020, so it is the future. Okay? So, this guy was doing all this stuff, he thinking about the future. And we're living in the future. These things have come to fruition. Okay? So, social implications. This is chapter 22 of, the beginning of chapter 22 of Physical Control of the Mind. It says, from ancient times, man has tried to control his destiny from other human beings by depriving them of their liberty and force. Trying to, okay, here we go. Alright, so by depriving them of liberty and submitting them to obedience, they have been forced to work and to serve the caprice of their masters. Prisoners have been chained to rule in the galleys. Men were and still are induced into the armed forces and send thousands of miles away to create havoc, take lives, and lose their own. Biological assaults have also existed throughout recorded history. In ancient China, the feet of female children were bound to reduce their size. In many countries, Thieves have been punished by having their hands cut off. Males have been castrated to inhibit sexual desire, and then placed as eunuchs in charge of harems. The harems are, women's concubines, right? Female concubines or female virgins. And in some African tribes, it was customary to ablate the female clitoris of married females to block their possible interest in other men and ensure their fertility. These barbaric practices belong in the past. Funny, this is in 1969, it says they belong in the past, but in 2020, these things still happen today, right? So it's not just in the past, it's happening today also, okay? These barbaric practices belong in the past, but the forceful imposition of biological change still continues in our age. Sterilization of human beings by surgery or radiation have been legally imposed in some lands as a punishment, right? So punishment for whether it be a sexual crime or whether it's a cult, right, who basically want to control their members' sexual habits or what have you. It's something about sex that just people, sometimes people tend to want to control it, but anyway, that's their own, hang-ups about that. And so, okay, and also they do it also to avoid the spread of what they call genetic defects, right? So this is what the Germans were doing during World War II. And they were, not also exterminating Jewish people, but also people who have mental illness, people who have birth defects. They were literally killing those people, right? Okay, so in the face of real danger of population explosion, Governor Francis, I want you guys to listen to this stuff. This is in 1969. And he has written this book. And he's talking about several scientists have proposed government-enforced regulations to control fertility. And it is expected that in the next few years, an anti-fertility drug, which we all know now as birth control, okay, which can be added to the water supply of cities. So back then, right, they wanted to add this drug that a lot of women take today, anti-fertility drug. And this is probably, the drug that women take today is probably a more watered down version of it. It just prevents you from getting pregnant because it's sterilized. But this was talking about sterilization. Okay? So, again, this drug can be added to the water supply of cities, will be developed. Okay? According to Kesho, page 126. Voluntary, now this is what they're saying now. Voluntary methods are to be preferred. Okay, preferred. But only if they work. So, what they wanted people to do is to force them into sterilization. Okay? And if they don't agree to sterilization, then they would add it to the water supply or use involuntary control to, advance their agenda. Okay? So he says voluntary methods are to be preferred, but only if they work. If they do not, then involuntary controls must be imposed. Okay? Such measures are preferable to the starvation and misery resulted from overpopulation. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, you talk about starvation and overpopulation. Let's look at countries that they consider to be overpopulated or, have a lot of starvation. You look at countries in Africa, right? In the continent of Africa, you have countries who are suffering from famine, right? So you have large group of people who are starving, suffering from starvation. Also in countries like India, right? So India has a large population of people that are living in poverty, right? And so, and again, you look at the color of those people, right? Because China, it has a lot of people in China. China has the largest population of people of any country. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think China has something like half the world population is in China. That's a lot of people, right? But you don't hear talk about that with China because China is not a superpower. China is not probably the number one superpower in the world today. Okay, not the United States no more. The United States fell off. Okay, so but because in their mind, they talk about overpopulation and all this stuff, this is what they want to do, right? So what they would prefer to do it voluntarily, but if you don't agree, it doesn't work, then hey, you know what? Yeah, we put the shit in the water, we sterilize you. You know? I mean, this is the mentality of these people. So when I hear TI talk about, the architect of these programs and why they put into this program and so forth, I'm like, it's nothing but experimentation. And it's experimentation that leads to a means of control. Okay? Control over human beings. Right? I mean, if you've done in the past, whether they try to blackmail you or not, or what have you, whether they try to deny you certain things. Okay? Try to get you to fall in line with their agenda. Right? This is what they do. Okay? And also, what happened to within a society when a society, those at the top of society dictates how you should act and how you shouldn't act, right? So let me continue. It says, when an individual behavior is judged unfit by members of the society, right? The consequences may be forceful deprivation of liberty and incarceration. If the individual is confined to a mental hospital, his undesirable conduct may cause the authorities to administer drugs as forceful injection is necessary in order to change or control his behavioral response. In the early 1950s, an historical precedent was established for the deliberate destruction of part of the brain as a legal treatment for criminals, right? A man apprehended, it goes into the story, but a man apprehended in Pittsburgh after committing a series of robbery was given the alternative of a long jail sentence, right? Or submission to frontal lobe surgery, which might curb or eliminate his future criminal behavior. Lobotomy was performed, and although initially the patient appeared better adjusted socially, 7 months later he committed more thefts. Right? So when he realized the police was closing in on him, he sent a letter to his surgeon expressing his appreciation for his effort. And he said that and regret that the operation has not been successful, hoping that the study of his case might help others. He donated his brain to the surgeon and he committed suicide. Okay? Now, when I'm reading this stuff, I look at things from different angles. Okay? So I was talking to RT about this previously. And, I remember in the 70s and 80s, the South African government was developing a drug to sterilize the black population. Okay? Here in the United States, okay, in the 30s and 40s and 50s, even up to today, they're probably still trying to think of a way to sterilize those of us in the cities, which is, a large population of what they consider to be minorities, right? We are minorities, okay? Let's put their label in numbers, right? And let's not forget that where Germany got his eugenics program from, his stance on elimination of the so-called legal species, okay? It was from those scientists, those psychologists right here within the United States. Ever wonder why the United States keeps giving Israel $20 billion a year in aid? Because the United States is the one that is also partly responsible, right? The United States was partly responsible, okay? And so, again, this is nothing. We heard about the radiation experiments, injecting black men with radiation, okay? The syphilis experiments. Then we had, recently we had, a couple of years ago, where we had orphan babies who were born with HIV. A lot of children into taking, these drugs that were experimental. And when the parents didn't want to continue because the children was getting sicker and sicker, it wasn't getting better, right? They send in the Catholic Church, the priests, the bishops, what have you, to convince the parents to keep on giving these children these experimental drugs. And if they didn't, then the children would be taken away from them, right? So people want to think that these things will happen again. And, the interesting article, I think I read it the last time I was on this show, about, you could be part of a medical experimentation and you didn't even know it, right? So, I kind of laugh at this shit because, the same people who will say to you, you're crazy, government doesn't do this, why they might walk into the hospital and they themselves become a subject of non-consensual human experimentation. They have no idea, no clue, right? So this is something that, again, people have to understand what is really going on and be aware. We can't just take this laying down. As TIs, we know the horror of the treatment and the damage, the hurt by these type of weapons. Again, I do call them weapons. Okay? And we know this, right? So it's something that we have to constantly live with day by day. And the psychological program that is used on us, right, is because, again, the direct cover-up of these type of programs, these type of weapons that are being created, the remote monitoring, the illegal microchip implanted a chip into your brain so they can monitor your thoughts, right? And they can influence your thoughts, right? And they try to control you, okay? Again, if you don't know it, you don't know what's going on, you are being controlled. And so, and even if you do know it, there's not 100% anything that you can do is going to be 100% effective. It just isn't. You can help yourself. You can lessen some of what you think is being done to you in terms of controlling your emotions, your behavior. That you can adjust, right? But there are other things that you won't be able to do that you can't. The brain doesn't have a firewall to do it. It's brain hacked. And the reason why I said brain hack because you all been brain hacked. You're all being brain hacked. And so, once you understand that, again, we just got to be really careful in what we do, what we say, how we say it, how we do things. But there are times though they're gonna try to stress you out and weaken your intelligence response, and take advantage of that. That's when they can get you to do certain things, right? Not all, but certain things. Okay? So all again to suit their agenda. All right. Now I was surprised to see PAX International, which was previously known as Freedom from Covert Harassment, that they had posted the book on their website. Okay, and they had highlighted something on there that I thought was very interesting. And if I can find it. The PAX So on the PAX website, there is a link to the PDF of the book. Okay. And the page. I'm glad that they posted it though, and I'm also glad that they highlight certain things there because that shows that they're reading these things and to make people understand, right? So it says the ability to influence mental activity by direct stimulation of cerebral structures is certainly novel in the history of man. The present objectives are not only to increase our understanding of the neurophysiological basis of the mind, but also to influence cerebral mechanism by means of instrumental manipulation. The working hypotheses may be summarized as following. 1. There are basic mechanisms in the brain responsible for all mental activities, including perception, emotion, abstract thought, social relations, and the most refined artistic creation. 2. These mechanisms may be detected analyzed, influenced, and sometimes substituted for by means of physical and chemical technology. Right? This approach does not claim that love or thought are exclusively absolutely necessary for any behavioral manifestation. It plans to study the mechanism involved. 3. Predictable behavior and mental response may be induced by direct stimulation of the brain. Okay? So when I talk about the silent sound spectrum, this is exactly what they're doing. Through stimulation of the brain, through the microwave, radio wave of your brain, okay? Certain parts of your brain, they can do predictable behavior because you know what? They're the ones that's controlling your behavior. So they're the ones that they can predict. They make it seem like they can predict everything that you're doing, but what they're doing is basically sending you information your mind follows, but you do not realize that you're being given transmission of information. Okay, because silent sound is something that you just can't hear, unlike V2K. Silent sound is where you're hearing your own inner voice. Okay? So you are hearing your own inner voice as if you think it's your mind that's talking to you. And it is your mind that's talking to you, but it has this influence. Okay? Right. So 4, we can substitute intelligent and purposeful determination of neuronal functions for blind automatic response. Okay? So what I just said, right? Once they start hitting you with this frequency and they start putting things in your mind, okay, you're going to have a blind automatic response because you're not going to think about it. You're just going to do it because it's your mind that's telling you to do it. Right? When you become aware of this, right? Now is when it becomes difficult. Now is when you now start to think about the things that you're going to do, the things that you're going to say. Okay? Because you're aware of the manipulation and the influence of the technology behind that. Okay? Unlike when you don't know certain things, then you just don't know. Right? Anybody can fool you. Right? And even if you're so-called, you say you're unintelligent and have such a high IQ, it doesn't matter. Right? The minute they use the technology, then you will do what's being fed, maybe not all, but in due time, depending on whether they put you on that stressful situation or not, you know, you're going to behave exactly as to say how you're going to behave. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted to ask you a quick question in regards to that particular article / excerpt from the book, man. I mentioned question to me about the whole thing with COVID-19 virus pandemic that we're currently going.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Worries, brother. I know things happen, get caught up. For all we know, they could have been trying to get you to drift off of that, to forget about it. You know how they do, man.
Yeah. All right, yeah, so that's a good point. Anyway, so when I was talking about the sterilization and all this stuff, like I said, the architects of these programs, right, or any society, the people in power, they will use certain things that's going to benefit them. So if a natural disaster takes place, right, and I'd say, quote, natural disaster, then they will hop on that and try to use their advantage. Now, with this COVID-19, right, and again, when you have the Trump administration who knew that, this stuff was happening, right, because they had warnings from this, and they ignored it, right? They got on television and said, oh, it's only one person, and such and such, and, how could you think it's only one person? Right? These are questions that people need to ask, but they don't ask. Even the news reporters, right? When you explain this stuff. Okay? And I believe that they're using the situation for population control, particularly, black and brown people, because we are the most affected by it. Okay? That's why, in Georgia right now, they're talking about opening up barbershops and hair salons and stuff like that, right? And again, I think that's a direct call for, it's like a dog whistle. Okay? In Atlanta, they want to open up, these things, right? Again, Atlanta has the largest population of black entrepreneurs, okay? So-called black elites, right? And so, Atlanta, and it's funny, I was watching this show called Containment, which happens to be a show about a pandemic outbreak, about a virus that was created by some scientists, right? Because they wanted America to be more prepared for this stuff, so they went and created the virus, and then, because an accident happened and the virus got escaped, infected one person, and then infected another person, then infected a person who was a young kid that was from Syria. And so they started blaming this kid, saying that, he brought it from Syria, and there was a vial of the substance with the virus in the bag and such and such, But, shit that they do in real life, right? They don't blame anybody else for themselves. And this brings me to this. So with the COVID-19, right, I think now they have been using this as a form of population control. Now, let me be clear, okay, and I need to say this before people start running around, putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying that the COVID-19 virus was created to control the world's population. What I'm saying is that because this virus got loose, and people got infected, died from it, that the government administration here in the United States, from the White House, the last administration, are using, right, this situation, okay, as a form of population control. That's why they are slow to respond, and now they want to open up back quickly. What's going to happen when you open up the states or, towns so quickly is that now you're going to have more people getting reinfected. Okay? And then when you got a president going on TV and telling people to put UV light under their skin and, inject themselves with disinfectant and stuff like that, come on now. Now, I know Trump is stupid, but he's not that stupid. Okay? Again, these are things because they know they're using certain words and they know that they can affect certain people. Okay? And they say a lot of these things. Now, and I'm not just talking about just population control for, black and brown people, but, poor white people also. They are also considered, to be undesirable. Okay? So, understand this, that they are using this, I believe that they are using this situation as a form of population control. That's why they are slow to do anything about it. You know, I mean, now the government has been doing things around it, but then the federal government is not providing any type of protective gas for workers. Okay, so people go to the hospital and end up dying more so than if they stay home. Okay, so that's food for thought. Take it away, RT.
Appreciate you as always. Knowledge. I wanted to say, I personally think on COVID-19. Definitely second with the say that they're taking advantage of that shit.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised though that somewhere along the line, Microsoft, meaning and mostly speaking of Bill Gates, involved in this whole thing about this vaccine, like Matt of Thunder had mentioned before. What the heck would Bill Gates have to do with this vaccine shit? You know what I mean? Why all of a sudden he's all over, plastered all over the media talking about this vaccine if he's not the one that's gonna come up with some sort of way to covertly implant people within the vaccine with some microchip in it? You know what I mean? Like, that shit makes sense to me. I mean, like, you won't be able to buy or sell, or won't be able to go to work without this vaccine. You won't be able to do certain things that we always did before this happened. You know, so it's interesting, to say the least. In regards to tonight, man, I got a particular special guest that is coming up, but I have to wait a little while because it's a time difference thing. So we're gonna just right now try to see if we go into something else. Raw True Sevens in the building. If you don't mind, Raw, let me know what's been going on with you. Let others know that are actively listening. If you want to divulge any information, it's up to you what you divulge. Or if you have any questions that you want to ask Nigel behind the article that he read, or anything else that you want to add on to, man, you're free to do so.
Okay, so thank you for having me on. I was going to ask Nigel about, like, how when they influence you, like I know I've brought this up before, but it's just good to always bring it up again. That way people catch on, or those who have been listening, you know, when they, if we're ignorant of the knowledge of, like, you know, having our minds influenced, what's the difference between someone who is a TI and does know about this and can change and divert the way of how they're trying to influence with AI and influence of thoughts?
You're asking me how is it that they can influence you?
Right. But like let's say there's a TI who doesn't know about it, and then there's TIs who do know about it. Like, what's the difference between the two? Like, you catch it and just know, you know?
No. Okay.
You know what I'm talking about, like, you, right?
All right, let me see if I can explain this, all right? So the TI remember, a lot of TIs don't believe that they're being influenced with mind control, right?
Right.
And again, they think that, you know, it's just a psychological thing that's happening, or sometimes some of them will say that could spirit the energy, what have you. But then they'll turn around and tell you, well, you know, when you say to them, well, you know, you're using trigger words against me, and they're like, well, if I say, well, you know, you're being influenced, they're like, no, I'm not being influenced, you know? So that lack of awareness, you know, and understanding, those are the TIs that I just don't want to be around, right? Because then it's like, if they have no awareness as to their targeting in such a way that they don't want you to experience the same type of discomfort that you're experiencing, you know, particularly when it comes to the verbal triggers and stuff like that, then, you know, I tend to go to those people. But the RT, like myself, RT, you want to understand that with technology that they can't influence anyone against anyone, right? And that if somebody say, hey, the words that you're saying, certain things that you're saying, it's like a trigger for me, and that you might be being influenced, you might say, you know what, maybe you're right. Let me try to change the subject, and then also being able to identify those words. But I said that causes trigger within you, so that I know that next time we get in a conversation, that I try my best to not say those things, right? Those are TIs that you want to be around, because again, they have that situational awareness, they understand, and they don't want you to feel uncomfortable, And again, it's how you build a relationship with TIs, right? And it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard because, like I said, a lot of us TIs are kind of stuck in this mentality that, again, we can't be influenced when we are being influenced. You're just thinking that, okay, just understand the level. No, it's not just that the end. Okay? It is also a psychological program being run on you and me and many other TIs, right? To discredit, okay? To confuse you. Make any sense when you're talking? Right? Which again leads to the discrediting, which will lead to labeling some type of psychiatric illness, right? Some type of psychiatric diagnosis. Okay, so with the silent sound, remember the silent sound is the reason why it's called silent sound, because it is silent, right? It bypasses the ears. Okay? It bypasses the ears. And when you're hearing that voice in your head, it is your own. It is your own inner voice, right? Now, I think everybody should know, and I have known that they have already been able to identify each and every one of us through our brainwave signal, right? So, what does that mean? It meant that they spent billions and billions of dollars to map the human brain, the human brain. It's electrical stimuluses. Okay. Not also that, but the connection of those electrical stimuluses to what we see, hear, taste, smell, and touch. Our 5 senses, right? They have been able to identify each of those signals, each of those senses, and the corresponding electrical signal or input, right? So when we touch something, there's an electrical impulse in our brain that lights up to let us know what we're touching, what it feels like. Then when we look at it, again, there's another electrical impulse that is lit up in the brain that tells us what it is that we're seeing, okay? Including every color that we're looking at. Each of these colors have, again, it's in our mind, electrical impulses, right? So there's an electrical impulse for everything that we remember. You're talking about billions and billions of neurons in our brain, okay? Billions. So when we look at certain things, we look at it like, okay, you might be in a room where you may have, like, let's say 100 items, right? But each of those 100 items have, like you see your drawers, you have clothes in there. Okay? We'll double that by another 100. Okay? You have a TV, and you have a TV drawer, you have instructions for speakers, receivers, what have you, open that up. You look at it, again, there's the electrical impulse, each of those things, including the color, the touch, which is how it feels. Okay, so you have about billions again, right? When we look at colors, for example, high definition television, they have about 60 million colors, okay, for full HD 1080p television, and you don't really get to see all 18 million of it. I mean, 16 million of those shades of color. right? Now you step up to 4K television, right? 4K television, you can now see 1 billion colors. We go from 16 million to now 1 billion colors, right? So when we look at a color wheel, or sometimes we use the calibrate the television to get the correct color. It's like you have a triangle, they call it the color triangle, right? And within that triangle, you have your 3 primary colors, which is red, green, and blue. And all of those colors, when you combine them together, certain percentage of colors mixed with others, you get many other colors or many different shades of colors, right? So again, when we see those things, the mind, the brain, there is a neuron that fires off, the electrons, and again, as identification to certain things. So they've been able to identify, again, those neurons, those electrons, and what they represent, which is anything that we see, touch, our 5 senses, right? So, with the silent sound spectrum, like I said, it is silent, and it is, your mind picks up on it, but again, you are, thinking that it's your own thoughts, your own mind. So that's your consciousness, right? So how does brain fingerprinting work? It is because they have been able to identify a part of the brain that is specifically associated and designed and developed. When I say designed and developed, when you're born, your brain starts to develop, what have you. There's a part of the brain that becomes your consciousness, that becomes where you're learning, where, it becomes where you think, how you're thinking, That's your consciousness, right? And they have been able to identify that. So now they can, once they've been able to identify that signal, go in a database. If you commit a crime, they can go back, to that identification marker, which is that brain signal, which is your consciousness, right? And it can basically, it sounds like sci-fi, but they can basically have access to your memory. So when they show you pictures of a scene, if you were involved in it, whether you show emotions or not, your brain knows. It becomes a familiar thing in your brain, right? Once they flash something across the screen and you recognize them from within that crime scene, they're like, okay, you know what, you was at that crime scene. Okay? So that's brain fingerprints. And we all talked about Minority Report before. This is a little different. It still has to do with, whereas Minority Report has to do with these twins being able to, using, telepathy or whatever mental power that they have. Okay? But this is hooking up to a machine, a computer, right? This is implanting a microchip in your mind, okay? And that microchip is a sender receiver. And through that microchip, they're able to send information to you, okay? And they're able to extract information. Okay? So, again, for those TIs who want to understand this, you have to pay attention to how you think, what you think. You have to pay attention to your emotions. You have to be able to identify the triggers that you've been conditioned to, right? You identify those triggers, then it should be easy for you to identify the anchors. The anchors is basically that emotional response or that thought that comes into your mind, right? When you see or hear or touch those triggers, okay? Once you're able to identify these things, now you move to another part in which you say to yourself, okay, I'm thinking certain things, and it's like I just get this strong impulse, this urge to do something. Now you have to think, you have to say, okay, this strong impulse that I'm feeling, is it something that I really necessarily need to do, right? Or to get or to have? Or is my mind just, saying things to say things? Okay, but you have to make the decision. And again, what they will do is to try to put you in, instructions, whatever you may get, it will be one of negativity. And once you understand that, then you're into the game. Right? So now when you have a negative thought, to do something that's negative, you may stop and you may say, you know what, no, that's not me, I'm not going to do this. But, again, like I said, they will use specific moments in order for them to entrap you in some way, okay? Or to try to destroy your character, your name, your word, that you file from your job, right? And they'll do things like stress you out, put you under a lot of stress, sleep deprivation. They know that once they stop, your mind is not going to be where it was before. It's not going to be 100% because, again, you've been heavily influenced, you've been heavily manipulated, heavily brainwashed. And even though you still have your consciousness, a lot of that stuff is buried in your subconscious. And when you see those triggers, guess what? It goes from out of your subconscious into your conscious. And I think that is the most difficult part in dealing with this, is the fact that, we have to admit and say, hey, you know what, they can influence us. Yes, they can mind control us. They mind control me all the time. Okay? When I start thinking, like, negative thoughts, I just start thinking of negative thoughts and I try to think something more positive. It's something that you have to continuously do over and over again because you're not going to stop. Once you're in this program, in reality, this program is get that. And a lot of times they try to say you should build on a message about committing suicide. And I know some TIs have done that in the past. I think it's because of this, because they have been giving them instructions to commit suicide. Okay? And so they try to do it with me. It doesn't work. And that's continue. And they always try to do it when they're stressing me out with the things. And so, exposing them has been my strategy. You know what I'm saying? We all got to do things that, that's therapeutic for us to help us, to bring awareness to what's going on. And for me, researching, doing this stuff is therapeutic for me because now also I'm helping myself understand what has been done to me and will continue to be done to me. But to have others to know that, and, I'll do some of the work for you, but, sometimes you got to do the work for yourself also. And we all have to play our part in exposing this. You can't forget that.
Absolutely. No question about it, man. Appreciate you, Nigel, as always, man.
Sorry about that. I was just going to ask Nigel a question real quick.
Yeah, no doubt. Go ahead. The Roots in the building, yo.
So you think they can actually, make a person commit suicide?
I don't think I know it. I don't think I know it. If they put a person in a desperate situation, yes, they can. Okay? I don't know if you guys see my last video that I did, right? But this was, again, this was like 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, and I went home. And I was going back to Tam House, and then they had, because they've been sending me some message about committing suicide. And in that video, you'll hear me say, it's a white guy that walked past me. I said, you know what, this guy looks exactly like the guy from, I used to have the CNN show for No Reservation, Anthony Bourdain. Right? This guy looked exactly like Anthony Bourdain. And then when I saw that, I realized that they were trying to run a suicide script on me. Okay? So then I saw that shit, I was like, yo, this guy, yep, Anthony Bourdain. Like, that's what happened to Anthony Bourdain. He committed suicide. So I think he was targeted too, as well as Robin Williams. And the reason why I say this, from Anthony Bourdain's perspective, is the fact that happened to me that they had sent this guy to look exactly like Anthony Bourdain. Then when Robin Williams died, he committed suicide, right? His wife said that he recently started talking about how they're trying to take his watches. And he would hide his watches away. And guess what they did to me? They broke into my bedroom, they took all of my watches. And then tried to sell it back to me the next day. Like, you motherfuckers, I'm like, yo, man. But again, they kind of wanted to get themselves back and beat the shit out of the person that approached me and asked me for one of my watches. After they just robbed my watch. After they just robbed me of my watch, you know what I'm saying? So they will try to use
before, man. I remember that.
Yeah. Manipulation is, listen, your emotions are
powerful. Okay? Remember, shit, people kill other people because strictly on emotion. Right? So to be able to manipulate people's emotions to the most extreme, you can get to do whatever you want them to do.
You think they can get one of us to do it that already know like what the the situation is?
Well, I think it's hard. I think it's hard, and also it depends on the person, right? I think it's harder. It depends on the person, it depends on your personality. So I would say that maybe if the person TI didn't know, then yes, right? There's a greater chance of that. But if you know, right, and if you're trying to become self-aware of the triggers and the anchors, it becomes very difficult for them. Once you get to understand that, they will try to, bring you down to a level of despair, a level of nothingness. Exterior, and I say exterior, I mean socially, economically, all that stuff, right? Mentally, right? Once they can bring you down to a level of despair, to the point where they figure you're, it's a classic case of psychological condition that also deals with cults, right? So cults will do that. Cults, they can always find those people who are in despair, right? Because a lot of times, you see them walking around, they probably go to the church a lot and pray, what have you, and so they'll approach them. They've been trained to identify certain types of people, right? And so they will use those people, again, to try to do what they want them to do, okay? And don't forget about hypnosis, right? Don't forget about hypnosis. You can't forget that. Hypnosis in which they can hypnotize you to commit murder or anything else, okay? Now, again, they have to, and everything is controlled. The environment is in control. I mean, when I say the environment is in control, meaning they control the environment. They control the environment. They control the outcome. And in order for them to control the outcome, they have to control the environment, right? Which is, again, putting you in isolation. They're trying to isolate you, right? Keep you away from information that can, allows a questionable mark in your mind, right? And once you start to have those questionable thoughts, it becomes harder for them. Because now you start to think twice, second guess. That is why they have to control, even though we're TI, we're still out there, we're still going, and guess what? They're still in control of their environment. Okay? Because what happens when we go beyond that environment? We don't get targeted right away, but maybe a couple hours later, or a day or two, then we start getting targeted again. Because now they have to control that environment. I've seen it. I've experienced it. A lot of things I talk about is based off of my own experience. Okay?
I think this is an appropriate time for me to bring this up. Regards to what you were saying, Nigel. One part is regards to what you said about the emotional response. If they could get someone to emotionally respond to something, act upon your emotions. They do that shit all the time. They did that to me a lot in the beginning, and were getting their way when I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
I remember someone saying that the whole thing about managed aggression, which the FBI has termed it themselves, is the point of getting someone 65 to 75, maybe even 80% there, right? With the PSYOPs, with the mind control technology. They'll get you 75 to 80% there. The other 20%, you do it. That's what they're hoping for.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's one aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's classic manipulation. Let's say, for example, right? Let's say, for example, they isolated you, and they've been targeting you with the noise campaign and like that. They see that you're getting angry. So what they'll do is that they'll take people around you, right? And they might just brush up to you just a little bit, just to see, how your response is like. And if you respond in an angry manner, then you start sitting back away, right? Okay? Now, you're walking on the street, again, after being manipulated, you're angry now. And now somebody bumped into you, now, but they do it harder. So imagine that, because if you acted negatively from that little brush that you get, imagine how you're going to act if somebody bumps into you really, really hard. You know what I'm saying? You want to beat the shit out of that person, you know? And then what's going to happen if you physically attack that person, the cops are right there.
Exactly. I want to just add this to it, so Nigel, to go and confirm that that they most definitely can induce some sort of suicide frequency. You know what I mean? I've heard the term suicide frequency. And I've been hit with that frequency, especially in the beginning when I didn't know what was going on. That's when they know that you're more susceptible to attack, more vulnerable to be attacked because you're ignorant, which means, you know, knowing about this technology, the psyops and everything else that coincides with it. So I remember one morning, you know, waking up and feeling a little eerie because the dream that I had prior was kind of odd, and it was one of those lucid type of dreams. From what I understand, these motherfuckers could also control and manipulate our dreams through some sort of software or whatever it is that they use. I'm not 100 on it, but I know that they can manipulate our dreams. And I remember in that lucid dream, which pretty much means that I was like half awake, half asleep in it, I recall going over to the window, and it was daytime, and I was looking at the roof across from me, and I saw like this family of four, a mother, a father, and like two children, all holding hands on top of that roof across from me. And they all looked at each other, and then it was just dead silence. Then they all just jumped together and leapt off that roof, crashing down. I recall waking up and feeling very weird because I looked at, you know, that particular roof, and I saw like something behind them, and it looked like the DirecTV satellite dish, and it had like, you know, like the letter A on it or something like that. If you look at the letter A, it gives you the imprint of the Illuminati pyramid, the top pyramid, which is the eye, and then the bottom part. Just look at the inside cap of the letter A, literally, right? So this is what I saw imprinted on the satellite that was behind them. It's a white satellite dish, and these people like looked like family. They're all holding hands. They looked at each other, and then they jumped off. It was just dead silence in between that. So at that point, I woke up, and I felt weird, and I was like, what the hell's the point? I kept thinking, what the hell's the point? You know what I mean? That wasn't my thoughts. That was their thoughts that were trying to implant in me. Yeah. What is the point of being alive? That's what they were trying to tell me. Yeah. And they were trying to get me to commit suicide. But even though I didn't know about this technology and I didn't know about what was actually happening, that's not my style. That's never been my style. Right. Never will be my style. I don't believe in that shit. You know what I mean? First and foremost, my belief system, my faith. Secondly, I don't have that outlook on life where I'm like, oh man, shit's fucked up, you know. And I'm not going to try to say anything negative on anybody else that does. It's just that that's never been me. Right. And that's how I know for a fact that those were implanted thoughts. To confirm, yes, they can get you to try to commit suicide. Depending on if you have a strong mind enough to know that, you know, you wouldn't do some shit like that regardless, and you believed in God or you believe in something, you know what I'm saying? Higher power, whatnot. You believe in not wanting to kill yourself or hurt others like that unless it's in self-defense. Some sort of integrity behind your belief system, just who you are, your perception, your philosophy in life, you know what I mean? So yeah, I know by me being able to see through that at that time, in that moment, I knew that those weren't my thoughts. And once I confirmed that, when I spoke to Nigel and I spoke to other guys and I looked up and researched the technology after Nigel put me up on it, I realized, oh shit, you know, that could have easily been a situation if I didn't know what was going on and if I didn't have the type of mindset that I already had, they could have had me. And the sad thing about it is, which motivates me every fucking day, is that they do that shit to God knows how many people who actually fall for it. And that infuriates me. Yeah, because like I said, it infuriates me because they don't know better. Even though our job is to try to spread awareness enough to educate people so they do know.
Right.
That's partially why we're here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also, like I said, they'll wait till something happens, and that when the person is in despair, then they have a greater chance of being influenced. Now, I remember when I first started getting targeted with bullshit. I used to walk in the train station, and I didn't walk in the train station not really paying mind. I would get on the train station at night, go home, and then I would see this guy walking towards me, give me a thumbs up. And then I would stand at the train platform, and then my inner voice would be like, jump. That's what I was hearing. Jump. That's what it was saying. Jump. And I didn't jump. If I was really, really tired, I may have. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? But I didn't. And so then what I started doing is that I started like walking. I stopped. If I can't get a seat, then I'll lean up against the wall, away from the edge of the platform. Once I started doing that, because I realized what they were doing, then they stopped, and I started seeing that person walking towards me, giving me the thumbs up. Understand? So, like I said, they will use those durations, right, to induce some type of suicidal thought, or have you commit suicide or try to commit suicide. It's ingenious what they do. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta exploit it, man.
Absolutely.
People need to know and be aware of what's going on.
No doubt about it.
One thing that they must do, like I just read, man, is that those rulers in society, they will try to control you in every single way, and they will take away your freedom, your liberty, just to have you fall in line. If you don't, then you'll remain at the bottom, and then they'll do all sorts of shit to you.
Yep.
That's all it is.
At this point, I'd like to welcome Nappy Head Roots, man. I know that I called you out earlier and welcomed you, but I didn't do it properly, man. Brother, what's been going on with you, man? What's the latest?
Oh, man. I mean, I guess you could say it's been normal, but yeah, they've been going hard lately, man. They've been going hard.
Man, I saw your video. It's crazy.
That's what did it. Sorry about that, I'm just talking.
No worries. Is that they were right and shit. The one that and I under one of them and shit. Other one. You just back to back with you, man. They don't just a constant bombardment. Psyops, the Nappy, man. The Nappy, you handle all those situations well, man. Salute to you for staying strong and maintaining, man. I mean, continuing to expose these motherfuckers, man, when you get the chance. You know what I mean?
No doubt, though. Yeah, we're
427, you still in the building, man?
All of us
So I'm
are
on
doing
the display. I want to make sure he gets out anything he wants to say, like anything that he wants to add on as far as his targeting, how's it been, and things of that nature, or whatever it is that he's currently going through, if he wants to share that, because I don't know if he wants to talk about it. It'll be something he wants to keep to him. Just making sure that everyone gets a chance to say what they want to say. I'm getting ready to holler at the female TI from the other country right now, so she's going to be a special guest of ours, and I want all y'all to welcome her when she comes in, when I get her in here finally. Just going to go into a series of like questions and answers, man, Q&A. You know what I mean? Anything y'all want to ask her, things of that nature, y'all can feel free to do so. And she also has some interesting things that she's going to bring up. I'm going to reach out to her now. Give me a second, yo. Be back.
Hello?
Sister
Saroja,
Saroja,
how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. Thank you. How are
We're
you?
live right now on the live stream. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello,
How's
everyone.
it been, Sister Saroja? Tonight we did a recorded call and came out pretty good, actively. And what we were talking about last night were a series of things that you decided to drop. Is where you want to start off from the part 2. Now, here is pretty much going to be an open forum to whatever it is that you want to talk about as well. But if people make, of course, as an act, no, right now, would you be open to do that?
Yes. The only thing is, for some reason, your call is cutting in between, so I can mostly figure out what you are saying. Can we try? Can you call one more time for me?
Sure. I'll be calling you right back. Give me a second. I know what they're doing. They're messing with the call. Give me a second. Sister, I'll call you back.
Okay. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So basically what I wanted to ask you, Sister Saroja, is what exactly would you like to go into tonight in regards to, tonight's topics are varied. They're nothing concrete at this point. In regards to whatever you want to talk, you can feel free to do so. We did our pre-recorded call last night, and it came up pretty decent. It's within the series that we've been doing. It's up to you what you want to talk about tonight. If you want to spin off of what you started on last night's series call, we can do that. Or if people have a question that they may want to ask you, I understand that you're open to those questions, correct?
Yes. So let's get introduction of each other, and they can bounce off any questions. Then I can present my thoughts and see if they agree with, because the problem at hand is way beyond one person or one race, or even for that matter, one nation. So this is a critical issue, and I'm one of the victims. I get suffered 24/7. As a result, this is undeniably a crime, whether non-torture subjected individual or regular citizen of U.S. or any nation agrees or not. So this crime is going on, and this is very high-tech crime. This is beyond humanity, so this needs to be addressed. So let's get right into it, because many people are suffering. RT? Are you there?
I'm here, man. Go ahead. They're messing with the call.
Yeah.
So, don't mind me. I tried to speak. You didn't hear me, so. What was that? Can you repeat what you asked? Because they muted it. I didn't hear it.
I was saying the crime is really big, really huge. Whether a regular citizen agrees with us or not, the crime is there. It is 24/7. A number of victims are there. So, and I know that your squad also has the victims. So let's get started to, get to know each other and see what we can do, and we need solutions for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As you already know, I'm RTTI in New York City. I've been on YouTube for the last 4 years. As far as, how long I've known that I've been targeted, about 4 years. But it goes back to my childhood, and I still get targeted to this day. I decided to create my channel to motivation from Nigel Nicholson and other TIs that I've come across on YouTube. He was a very private person. I had a lot of hard times trying to convince myself to eventually do it, but I did because it was what I was told. It's a lot bigger than me as far as how I felt in regards. Not that my feelings aren't valid, but, not wanting to put out my business out there, being a private person and all. I had to see beyond that. And because of that, I decided to create my channel a few months after I got to meet and speak to Nigel Nicholson and meet him in person and things of that nature. I started educating myself on this program, which is 85 to 90% psychological, and the rest is directed energy weapon attacks and remote neural monitoring, that sort of stuff. The mind control technology as well. Once I was able to establish all those things and able to focus on my particular goals at the time, which was to create my channel and let go of those hang-ups that I had, I was able to start exposing my end of what was happening. So before I created my channel and I started uploading the videos that I had on my phone, slowly but surely it went from there to where we are now, where I thought about connecting genuine EI/TIs together and pretty much creating a squad out of it and doing and call every weekend, every Sunday evening. And we've been starting off. It started off slow. Didn't really do much in the beginning, but it started picking up, I would say, last 4 months. Now it's doing a lot better. We got viewership. People are actively listening now. They're also sharing and adding to their playlists. So we are making some sort of impact positively in people's minds in regards to bringing this program to their awareness on some level or another, which is exactly what I set out to do. And I believe we all set out to do on some level or another. Nigel, you want to take the next breakdown as far as who you are and how long you've been in TI and stuff like that, and then pass it on to Raw and then that. Give me a second, because he may be having some technical difficulties. Like, these people are probably messing with the call. So give me a second, Sister Saroja. Be right back.
Okay.
I see him on the display, but he's not speaking. I don't know if he's muted himself or if they muted him purposely and he can't be heard. So, because I'm going to try. Well, Raw Truth. Same with him, I guess.
Yeah, they keep messing with me too. I had it on mute, but then when I was saying something, nothing was happening.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, you hear me? Okay. I'm going to take the speaker out that phone.
Yeah, we not fit.
Yeah, my targeting started in 2015. I probably started before then. This is when I just noticed it, though. I was adopted, at a young age, as a baby. My parents were part of a secret society, very paganistic in nature, and but they act like Christians at times, and they stopped going to it. and my mom passed, and then my dad got back into it, you know, and I don't really talk to him. But it all stems from my childhood probably as well. If I was to come down there, because I never got to do all the secret stuff they did, because I never listened as a kid. I rebelled a lot. My sisters, they got to be part of whatever that's going on, you know, because they're making it in society while I have to fight and struggle every second for something, you know. And that's just how it is for them. They take care of their own and treat everyone else like here's food, table scraps, you know. I think I was starting to notice that when family and friends, looking back at it now, like knowing the premise of what targeting does, you know, that I couldn't get along with family at all as much as I would do what they told me to do, you know, or this and that, clean the house or whatever. Everything can be perfect. And like, you're still doing something wrong. And sometimes I would notice them laughing about something, but then like, they're like, oh, we're not laughing at you, you know, stuff like that, you know. And it was just what they were doing was, well, he's useless to us. We might as well just treat him as a joke, you know. And it's easier for family to cut you off if you're adopted, especially. You know, it's a lot more easier for them. And so I ended up homeless and had to stay on the beach. This is where the swarm of sharks just happened, you know. I didn't realize it at first, and then they set me up to get in a fight with some guy on the beach, and he was hurt pretty bad. They put me in cuffs, but I didn't go to jail or anything because it was self-defense. And then after that, it was all hell on earth. That was the final straw. All of them as a collective community to harass me. It's almost like that movie Wicker Man. Put that in the description if you could, RT, so people will know what I'm talking about at the end of this. Yeah. It's pretty much just a premise of like this guy, a girl goes missing, he goes on the island, try to get it. Everyone acts like Christians, but they're not Christians. Secretly, they're pagan in all the community. Everything looks good on the outside, but on the inside, they're disgusting people that like to torture people. Yeah, you know, and yeah, it's that's just what it is, you know. And like after that, I lost every single friend I could possibly have. Everyone. I mean, I would try calling and calling and calling and calling. No one picked up. I go by people's houses. They're like, yo, man, you can't be over here. Like, you know what I mean? And like they would not even have any sound help. You know, like it would be crazy. I'd be telling them, yo, I'm trying to get a job. I can't get anything. But they would cater to someone that's a little older than I am, and be like, oh, I'm on meth, and I'm arguing with my girlfriend, and then they would cater to them right in front of me to make that like, why is he getting help when I'm not even doing drugs? I'm a good person. You know what I mean? Like, things weren't starting to add up, and I'm like, it's when it started to go full blown where I would go anywhere, and it was just swarms of people. I'm talking about thousands of people a day. Same clothes, same shoes, same shirt, color coordination. They just, and there would be times that they would, you know, be almost inciting violence. Actually, last week, they incited violence. I got rocked in my jaw. I'm like, it still hurts. You know, and they all set it up. All the organized harassers set it up. Caught me coming outside, and they made it look like he was, you know, just coming up to the door when he wasn't. I know he was staying there, you know. And, you know, they're just letting me know they don't play, you know. Like, well, I'm going to keep going, though. This is just ridiculous. I mean, I've gotten fired from jobs because of these people, especially the homeless people will fuck with you and fuck with you, and they have no remorse. A lot of the community workers, like for the city, will do it. 501c3 groups, which I was in. I not in like working, but like went to a shelter. They all did it with me, made me crazy, labeled me bipolar schizophrenic, that shit don't come off your record either. So if you want to go get a job, that stays in their records, and they always do look for medical records. They say they don't use it against you. They'll just say, we have so many applicants that are better than you. You know what I mean? Even if you fit the job more than they do. You won't get a job. They control who your spouse is. They control who you get with, you know, and they keep all the other TIs that you could possibly initiate with or even form a relationship, you know, heterosexual, or if you're a homosexual, you know, like any type of relationship, they won't allow it, you know. You're single for the rest of your life to an extent, you know, and they'll set you up too. Let's see, a lot of targeting that I've experienced too, where they've messed with my bank account, money's missing, and they're like, well, there's no withdrawals. I'm like, well, I had to come internally from the bank. I've confronted them, I have $200 missing, and I had to pay rent, you know, and I'm like, where the fuck am I going to get this money from? And then after I leave, there'd be people like, you know, by the business offices talking, the loan offices, like, oh, he's like, oh, he should have known better not to move in an area like that, you know, just stuff like that. They would do directional talking or say something I did earlier that day. It's like, this is creepy. It's like, who spies on someone, you know, just to, like, get some kind of, like, rise out of this? Like, and my thing is, how is it so big of a thing? You know what I mean? You'd expect the world to be a little more empathetic and sympathetic in nature, but no. But I think the only thing that fuels this is ego and money, you know, and that's the only thing it can be, because I notice people who are gang stalkers, they always have to outdo me. They have to say, oh, I did this and I did that, and I'm just like, good job, buddy. And they were like, we're being disrespectful. You need to, you know, it was like they were almost saying, you need to bow before me because I'm better than you. And it's like, well, I'm a regular person just like you. And it's like, and I would say, oh, well, I'm better at you playing piano. Like, you know, like I'm better at you than, you know, at music. You know, I'm better than you at, you know, fishing or whatever, you know. And then they're like, you gotta go, man. You gotta go. Like, it's an ego thing, you know. They're just mad because we do things naturally, and we don't care about praise for men. The only thing they care about is praise for men, you know. And you know, I've had also friends that I've been friends with for over 20 years. I mean, just a little kid, just drop on a dime, don't care, you know. Like, they already knew relationships for long ago, you know, so they might as well just get what they can out of it because they can't go and you know, do it themselves, you know. It's a sickening process. It's like, as much effort as they do into putting name stalking, I think they should put that much effort into helping community in a positive way. Like, you know, because there's people out here dying, jumping off buildings and shit, you know. I mean, you know, furthermore, I would have to say, you know, when you really look at it, life isn't what you thought it was. It's a whole total opposite thing. It's one big Truman show where they all separate us, those who are empathetic, and put us on different parts of the country, even the world actually now. And they don't want us to have contact. And if we do, they always make it look like we're perps against each other. If that makes sense, guys. I mean, this is what my experience and what I've encountered through the years of my targeting for the last 5 years. If anyone else wants to take away, go ahead, take away.
I will take it. Nigel, nice talking to you. I heard what you said, and
Pardon me.
had...
Sister, that wasn't Nigel. That was Raw True 7.
Oh.
Okay? I just wanted to clarify that. I want to be clear. Don't worry about it. You didn't know. I had mentioned a little while ago how Nigel on the display, it showed that he was on here, but I didn't know if he was just trying to talk, and they muted him because these people are playing around with the phone, and they hack in and they hack out and they do funny things. So maybe you didn't hear me or you didn't understand it because, you know, I know they mess with the phone. So I did say that that was Raw True 7. He's a member of the squad. And I just went over because couldn't be heard or he's not actively there or I'm not sure what's going on. So we went to the next person because, you know, to keep going on.
I keep messing with the call right now. I hear it in the background.
Nappy, you there?
Yeah.
No. Nappy Head Roots. Nappy, you there? Maybe he's there, he's speaking, and we can't hear him because they also mute him from his. That's the crazy part. They've been messing real heavy.
I'm telling you, I could hear it on the phone. Like, you know what I'm saying? I could hear the messing with it. Yeah. No, I could hear the messing with the call. And that was crazy. I was just coming out the door and had to charge it back right away.
Yeah, that's what they do, man. Mr. Saroja, if you don't mind telling your particular story, a brief synopsis of your awakening to this whole thing, so people can get a better understanding of who you are and what your goals are.
Well, I'm from India, born and brought up here. I finished my degree and I got arranged married to my, now ex, but my husband again. I had to wait for my visa for like 2.5 years, and then I came over to U.S. The thing is, when I came over to U.S., I had my daughter right away, and my husband didn't, we didn't have any plan that I should be working in my country. Females are not necessarily to be working. In my subcaste, we are like totally, those are not going out for jobs. So I stayed home, and something happened, but it's just, I went along. After some time, I tried to divorce. I had a second child, I'll tell you what, and then later on I tried to divorce my husband, and I stayed there where he returned to U.S. So all these along, there some things happened, but I just, ignored. I did several, schoolings and stuff, and then I did some works and stuff. I worked as in a clinic and hospital, and I saw the environment over there. I worked as a pharmacy technician. Before that, I saw the environment over there. Meaning, when I mean the environment, it's not like how the building is or blah. I'm talking about the discrimination. So I started witnessing all those things. How you are like at the lower ladder, they put you, and whenever there's a need, they take you up, but they are on top layer. To from pharmacy tech to the medical technologists, and then I hopped onto my computers, and I started working there. And then meanwhile, my daughter, she was in India, and she came, and I tried to support her. While all this was happening, there were some things really happening, but, I was kind of leery, but there wasn't anything that I could thought or, finger point at somebody. But when I started visiting my daughter, I started noticing some stuff with her that they are biologically not possible. And that she was very frustrated. So now what I know is that she was being gang-sexed, that she shouldn't come to a college, in person, they would humiliate her or something. And then teachers, they would always, whatever she does, the work is just not good enough, those sort of things. Constantly feeling, and then I needed to pay the out-of-state tuition fee, pay. That's how my money was getting depleted. And at my work, I was, at this point in time, I started doing just the consulting, and those consulting jobs, and I see the attitudes, I see the stuff, and then slowly, at this point of time, my neck was getting really like one-sided, the back is going, and I've had, by this time, there were twice people rear-ended me, I got rear-ended in 2002, I think, and then I could see that was a deliberate act, but that was my first act that I saw from them, and that person who hit me is, like a majority, person. And she didn't even come ask how you doing, or she didn't even stick around. She hit me, and then she just left. And then, I had to take off from there, meaning go to doctors and try to, backbones were all broken and blah, blah, blah. So, in other words, this is all planned. But yet I was seeing that it is something accidental. So anyway, coming back to now, I see that all employees were doing, and every manager, the pickup where I left and the other one. These people are not looking fresh. They are starting the same attitude was there before. And it started getting bad, and in some place, I complained that manager was doing so. They agreed that lady does like that, and they did something to her, and she is a white lady. And, every time my torture will go up. By this time I was being radiated, where I'm going like a lump, like a tomato. If anybody would poke my body, it would like bleed out. It was that sort of this thing that I still didn't have, and somebody to point out. But then this last job that I went to, this is a Citibank in Delaware. There, the manager started doing something. He totally isolated to different floor. Then I realized something was going on. And then I got sick, like a flu sick, but then I wouldn't get out of it. And the flu means 2-3 days that you should bounce back, and I wasn't getting out of it. And as soon as I go to the cubicle, then I'm getting all this poisoning, and I can see the air coming from the building, and that is blowing at me, and immediately around the tongue, I get this a poisoned feeling that, there is some action that goes on if your body gets poisoned. I saw that, and then my blood was jerking. Why was blood jerking? Every single place is right, and so I knew that something else was going on. And by this time, cops are following me around everywhere I go. If they come on the other side, if it's a state cop, always regular police or even fire person, anybody, they would come on the other side up the street road while we were driving, and they would energy gun at me that I would get a point in my body, which is like would be puddled with a little blood in there. Would be with the blood. And if I am there in the stores, they're bouncing something into my eye, which is basically, I don't know, laser, probably colorless laser. It would just, stab my eye. And they wouldn't let me walk on the streets of the houses. Somebody would follow and they would be beaming at me. When they beam, the shocks, not only shocks, something burned your skin, that sort of thing. The streets are like straight, and then one person from one house, he can do it. He can do it all along for me, like 5-10 minutes. So, and I try to hide this way and that way, try to isolate the person who is doing it. Slowly things started coming out. All my neighbors are involved. The across person, the two people, they are veterans, and they have put some lamps in there that are directly radiating to my windows and the doors. In the snow time, I think, there is some other device which is right next below my window, and when it snowed like a feet or 2 feet of snow, it hit that device, and my window was all clear, so I was not radiated. As soon as the snow melted down, the radiation is back. They were following me to movies and stuff. They would put something on my head, and my head would dip like anything, like a little skull would dip. And then while I was getting out, I could see a family, a mother and the daughter and their brother or son, whoever. He's telling me, hey, go get her. And that guy is beaming something at me to my back, just like a taser, but then you don't have that prong that springs at you. It's a remote one. And it's hurting my back and stuff. I tried to get people in between, but he kept pursuing me to beam at my back, and so I realized these people are doing it, and I started seeing them doing them everywhere, and those neighbors, they would never leave me, a lot of stuff, at that time, a lot of remote monitoring was going on, and I'll tell you what remote monitoring is. they are altering your behavior, they're trying to stop what you're doing, that sort of thing. And I started seeing the corresponding action from the manager. So, apparently he has done that. Then I started realizing, oh, in that job, that's what happened. Oh, in that job, that's what happened. And at the job, they follow us when we go to restroom and stuff like that. So this is well spread. All big institutions are all in it together, including federal. So, and also by this time I started seeing what is the business of these folks, whether it's because I was working in the banking industry, the IT side, or the mortgage industry, and lot more, or pharmaceutical. So I worked in a lot more things. So I started realizing they are constantly manipulating the world. They present it to one thing, but the backside is totally different. And the backside, it's all set up, and money is in their hands. The governance control is in their hands, and we're just a puppet. They don't give a damn, and then police are with them. By this time, then I called all these Martin Trayvon or Freddie Gray and Eric Garner. All that stuff is not that I had seen. Beginning, I was kind of numb to it because I've never seen anything like this in India and stuff. So things were, coming all together. So this is all very bad. And just the fact that the history, the African Americans, they're brought from their countries to U.S. Right after the colonization. What they did in the colonization, I know that because India got colonized by British, and then at some point of time, some of the Indians, especially North Indians, they were taken out to Fiji or other islands. So I know this, and serious complaining kind of stuff. But when I was watching Oprah over there and stuff. So I realized what's going on. And so these people, the regular, common Caucasian person, they have certain feathers in them. They always feel that they are superior. And the government is working for them. That's what we thought. When they gave visa, we thought all men are equal. That's what they're saying, and we did it. And that's why I'm there, because there are opportunities there. If in any case they had said, hey, we don't treat all men are equal, I wouldn't be getting there. Even if they can tell right now, many Indians would not go in there. So, what I'm saying, I am not slave to a Caucasian skin. Now, or 20 years, or whatever. So this is wrong. Even in the businesses, fundamentally there are frauds. What they are doing is, when someone comes in, they present as though their business is all legitimate, and they don't do any such bad things. And then if there is anything that I see, then I would necessarily have to call them to give them a flag, and that they will fix it. That is what you sign up when you go in there. You have to, do the training. And by doing that, they are doing the just opposite to contain you, and then turn around and they are doing the same business. So I realized in job after job after job and all, so this is all kind of a fraud and a hoax. That's the business US is in. And then I decided, oh my God, I don't want to stay there, and I'll come back to India. By this time I wanted my daughter to graduate. I wanted to support her there, and after that, get her back over here. So that is why they delayed her graduation. They depleted all my money. So then I started coming back. So all this time, people were following me. My neighbors were following me. Veterans were following me. They even followed in the airplane. By then I had one great implant in me that I got hold of it. And how they did it, what they're doing, what weapons they're using. I tried to reach out to a journalist over there, and then I saw that, oh my God, this is a recurring issue. It's not a new issue, so everybody has to duck down for the Caucasian skin. So I realized then, I said, okay, I don't want that. I'm going to go back to my country, India, Bharat. And I need to flag everyone that what the US is doing, and I will have to come here. So after I came over to US, it continued, and I did spot a Caucasian person, but then I see that they have retired local people, and then stuff went on. A lot of different kinds of approaches started coming. Here I didn't start working. And I saw that the same things that I was getting, my dad is now getting targeted, and my mom and my daughter, of course, was targeted. So then I decided if now I know these crimes are so hideous that, they especially get to your private parts, they won't let you sit in one place or stand in one place or do something without them hurting your body, like, needling your body with energy or radiating with, bad, or do the remote neurally effective that you have to do some body function because they trigger it in your body, stuff like that. So right then I sat for a while, and then I learned that the people in India also, they are targeted. And I learned that many of them, they had never stepped out of India. So why would they be targeted if they had never stepped out? Let's say there was a mistake from my end, whatever. Then, I was targeted. What is this going on? And then slowly I figured out, I learned a lot. I saw a lot of people having similar things all over the world. So for me, it's, yes.
Can I say something? Okay. This is Nigel. So India is one of those countries that a lot of experimentation goes on. A lot of medical experimentation goes on in India. And, I'm not saying it happens in country. In every country, there's medical experimentation. Okay? But particularly in
what do you mean by medical experimentation? As far as the TI is concerned, you were saying, or for regular?
No, not just TIs, but also in general, right? Because of the economic status of the majority of people in India, okay, are not, you would consider to be poor. Just like in Africa, where you have countries in Africa that the people are very poor, and so you have these big corporations comes in and they'll do all kind of medical experimentation, biological experimentation. This stuff has all been documented, right? And then you look at
I noticed that when I came over here, same companies are here. Then it flagged me ever more, that I still need to pursue this is not right, because they're coming over here, they show as a one thing, on the facial value is one, and they're doing something else. So this is not good. Yes, Nigel, you're correct. They are doing it. So government has opened up a little bit for the foreign investment. Thus far we were not, as a result. Economic standards were not getting any better, but with these new political changes and stuff, they have allowed it, and that stuff is going on. So now my take is that I need to flag these American companies to show them what they are. Many of my fellow targeted individuals in India are because of these corporations that are here. They are doing this corporate espionage.
Yeah, but remember too that these corporations, they basically own the people within the governments, right? They get to those within the governments who like money, and will bribe them, will pay them, and then they allow these corporations to do whatever it is that they want. Now, also those countries that have military, that are military power, okay?
Right.
They too, if they understand that other countries are developing weapons that can control people, especially monitoring people's minds. So what we are moving towards here is that we are moving towards in which the government in various societies, okay, are moving to, they have been looking for ways, and again, they've always done this, those in power societies will always look for ways to control the rest of us in society, right? The so-called elites, right? They're always looking for ways to control everybody else, right? And this is the new form of control that's being exerted. And we as TIs, we're the people who they experimented on, okay? I always say this, right? I always say, if they accuse us of a crime, why is it that they don't come and arrest us? Why is it that, we're being followed by police and all this stuff, but they don't come and arrest us?
Let me answer, Nigel. So you're right that the pharmaceuticals and stuff, some IT companies are coming over here. Our economy is opened up. There are elites there investing. But the thing is, as opposed to US, here, I believe, we are not controlling the mass population is not in our genes. The folks who are doing it here are doing it for the money or the investment for the betterment of the nation, but the controlling of the people, that gene is not in Indians or Hindus. That is coming from U.S. and these people have not spotted it. It is there, and it is my right now duty that I need to spot out. And there were other parts that you said that people are getting experimented on. So I think what has happened from what I have read is that the U.S., there's New World Order agenda in controlling entire population kind of thing, and they have these weapons. They're itching to use them. And there's a globalization due to satellite and stuff, so they can control just about anybody, and they have neural weapons, and they can do. So U.S. is doing that because the patents are coming from there, and then other Caucasian countries are involved with them now. At least last 20 years they are in it together. Now that they're moving on to the developing countries, the developing countries may not know that these people are doing, and this is not necessarily what they're doing is not necessarily to. Our government, Indian government, Bharatiya government doesn't know that we are getting controlled as I am being done. It is a U.S. agenda, like they show up as something else, they come and join, and they're doing something else. And to some extent, Indian government knows because they're also trying to hide this if I go to police and stuff. So then I have dug out, it turns out that a Home Department, there is one group that is, working with U.S., products and services and all that, and they don't have any overseeing by any politicians or anybody. So U.S. basically is plugging along with showing some business deal in the front end, and back end they're doing a lot of things. So in U.S., I think there is no chance if you and I, if anybody goes, there's a big control, and they'll come after you and they'll charge you with more and more crimes if you try to do anything, or they will even, make you, they could even kill you. So they have gone to that extent on their land, so I cannot do anything. But here, since the crime has taken over probably for the past 10, 20 years, but at least I, along with other citizens, say, hey, we are getting blah, 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 and we shouldn't be taking this. You need to drop off this deal with us, and you shouldn't be doing it. So I feel that there might be a chance over here for me. So if Indian government sees it, they will drop it too. So I'll tell you that because mass controlling is not in our gene. It's not part of our dharma at all. So if there is any time when, that would be here. And I just want to point out one more thing. U.S. launch, they have these agents in all nations. They are doing constantly hyping about U.S. and they internally attack whatever the weakness of that nation, and they try to make it high, or like like say in India, we have this subcaste thing, the community thing. So between different societies, they are setting up so that, their population gets higher attention. So what I am saying, they don't come up. They are not politically strong or economically strong just because they do hard work, or they have a genuine, new entrepreneurship. They do it by sneaking up into the other nations and then covertly crapping this stuff, which we know as a targeted individuals, how they covertly drop a lot of your businesses and stuff like that. And that is very much dangerous with the energy weapons and this remote neural monitoring and the global level of controlling. I think this whole thing is a disaster, and this Caucasian skin bag, what they're doing is very, very disastrous stuff, and that calls me that whatever I'm doing, I need to get out of it, and I need to do something. Join people like you guys and try to bring this up, because this is something very bad of humanity. So, we could talk about at some point of time what kind of tortures that they do, but, they are feeling like they're free, they are upper being, and they are employing their people that way. they're snuffing money, the taxpayers spend money in the U.S., giving them to all the veterans or the security guys or something. So in other words, it's a fraud. They're making a business, legitimate business, where the business itself is not legitimate. You understand? It's all because of they have come together and it's just they're empowering themselves with their skin back. So this is a race game. Do you guys agree?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on. Nigel, you still there? Nigel. What up? You got, I think I'm booted or something. Oh, there goes Nappy. Nappy, how you doing, brother?
Cool. I couldn't hear you. You couldn't hear me?
I couldn't hear nothing until right now, bro. Until right now, we couldn't hear you, bro. So they probably muted you and kept you there, and now they opened it up again. So let's take advantage of it. Nappy, if you don't mind, brother, give a brief breakdown of when you realized that you were targeted and how long, far back does it go? What do you remember? Your name or what you go by? To that nature, if you don't mind, brother. Take it away, man.
Nappy Head Roots. When it started, I don't know exactly when it started. Because every time, when did I notice it? Probably like 6 years and some change, like 6 years, like 6.5 years ago or something like that. Well, I remember I got off the bus, and two gay guys. They were like short, chubby, like Hispanic guys. And they were like, I don't know, they almost looked like brothers or something. But they were both gay, and they ran up to me and they were like, that's him, and they put their phone next to my face. And they were asking me for an autograph, and, I was kind of, I was wigging out, I was kind of tripping off that shit. And telling them, like, nah, like, whoever you guys think I am, like, I'm not that dude. And it's like, every time I tried to walk away, dude he kept sticking his phone in my face and shit. And saying, that's him. I swear that's him. He's like, and it wasn't like he was sticking it in front of my face. He was sticking it side to side. It was like he was sticking it at the side of my fucking face for his brother or whoever the dude he was with. He compared me with whoever was on the phone. And they kept asking me for my autograph and shit. And after that, that's when things got pretty bad. And, they were grown men, and they were kind of, built like, they didn't look like the gay type, but, they would be like real big dudes with like the back of their ass hanging out their pants. Like, they would have like their pants halfway across their cheeks, if you will. And
Nappy, if you don't mind, brother, can you explain to Sister Saroja why they do that, like as a form of targeting to you, because she doesn't have any idea? Mention that, you know what I'm saying? Mind giving her like an indication of what it, booty band and stuff and all that, and why they do that to you.
Why they do it, I have no idea, but
well, like they do it purposely because they know it. That way, man, why you? Like she they constantly, in my targeting, they constantly show men with like, bare, like running down the street naked, either wearing dresses with beards. It's like a homeless type of thing.
Right. It's really they're really stuck on the homosexual thing. And, you know, the crazy thing, I think I get crazy, the crazy people, the people who act crazy, is the one headlight and the homosexual stuff the most. I can't remember when it really started because every time, like, you know, something that happened, or I'll think back to something, you know, that happened like way a long time ago that's questionable to what's happening right now. So I don't even really try and figure out like when it started. I guess eventually it'll come to me. But when I realized it, it was like 6 years ago.
Why did you create your channel?
I created my channel in order for other people to, you know, well, I wanted to expose it, but, you know, I wanted other people to realize what this, you know, this program is. And so, and more, even, you know, and in the beginning, I think it was like on some, maybe rebellious type shit, but for the most part, you know, I just wanted people, I wanted to, because see, a lot of people were out here committing suicide. There was a lot of people who killed themselves, like, especially like when it first started happening to me. I think it was when it first started. When it first started happening to me, and when it first became, you know, noticeable, I think that brought it out on a lot of people, and some people just couldn't handle it.
At what point did you notice that this was definitely something that wasn't normal? Meaning, like, okay, you have your coincidental crazy person or, you know, weird shit will jump off. But then when you started realizing, like, yo, wait a minute, man, this is OD right now, man. This is too much. I mean, like, when was that? At what point far along to them coming out overt on you did you realize, yo, nah, man, this is something else. This is some next shit. I mean,
well, I realized that when I got over it. I mean, it was way over it. You know, there's a lot of people wearing their pants, hanging up, like, you know, showing the crack of their you know, showing the crack of their bottom. And, you know, that you see that shit, too much, like, something's gonna click in your head, like, you know, this shit ain't normal, like, what the hell is going on? Like, you know, it almost, and then not only that, they sent a whole bunch of, like, gay men at me and shit, and like, you know, I have no problem with gay people, but, like, when you start to notice, like, you know, nothing but gay people coming to you and asking you for directions, or asking you for a cigarette, or asking you stupid off-the-wall questions and shit. Like, you know, like, I mean, I haven't, in a lifetime, it hasn't been this many homosexuals that come up to me. So how the fucking, within this period of time, this many fucking, like, way overdoing it, bro. And they would have them, some look like dudes, some would, like, look like women. You know, some were, you know, just all different types, man.
the point of them doing that was to sensitize you to it, because they knew it bothered you. So psychologically, they wanted to try to get to you in that fashion so you could give them an emotional response. I know you know that now, but back then probably you didn't know. Like, I didn't know what was happening to me either. But what they were doing with me, they've sent their homosexual thing over at me as well. I think all of us heterosexual male TIs, they have gone through some sort of homosexual theme that they throw at us. You know what I'm saying? It's just part of the classical conditioning. See what gets to us, what doesn't. You know, they test it out. You know what I mean? and then they stick to whatever they notice you react to. They do more of it. You know what I mean? I've noticed, like with me, the Target bag thing, that shit has gone up a lot more now, just because I would comment on your channel when you had a video involving the Target bag, and I would comment on it. I'm like, yeah, you know, that's crazy how they're using that, and blah, blah. Next thing you know, they start doing it to me. So that's the type of stuff they do. They're listening on these calls, they hear what we talk about, and then they add it on to the protocols of our targeting. And, you know, to those who don't know better, meaning people who aren't aware of how they operate, they'll think, yo, why are they all of a sudden doing that? Is this guy a perp and not really a TI? Because now they're doing that to, you see what I'm saying? That's how that works. It's supposed to turn a person to distrust another TI. Because one of the things they can't handle is genuine EI/TIs connecting and helping each other and supporting one another. You know what I mean? And that's why we got to keep doing what we're doing, regardless. You know? And Nappy, you're doing an awesome job, like you've always been, man. So salute to you for what you've been doing, man, because you're definitely one of the main reasons why I also got motivated to create my channel. You know, and I'm sure you've done that for others as well, many others. I mean, but at this point, yeah, brother, it's merited, man. Deserve that and more, man. If you don't mind, Nappy, would you let Sister Saroja know the names of your dogs and what you've witnessed happen to them via the directed energy weapon?
Yeah, you know, they've used directed energy weapons on my dogs. You know, every time we bring it up, they do it, so I kind of don't like talking about it.
Okay, forget it. No, you're right. Pardon me on that. The names of your dogs, Nat?
Lady, Scrap, and Mutt. But yeah, for the most part, they do use the weapons animals, so they do use it.
Roger, he's confirming that they also use dogs, and a lot of TIs that have pets, you know, they don't care, you know, putting those directed energy weapons, microwave frequencies on them, just to hurt us more, you know. And these same, trying not to curse, but same some of them have pets at home, and you gotta wonder, you know, would you do that to your pet? You know what I mean? Like, why the? I'm trying not to curse, but you know, why would you do that? Why would you go and hurt somebody else's animals, not your own? And then you treat your dog good or your cat good, and you pet them and you feed them and you play with them, and you have children and they play with them, and you take videos and you do all this stuff. But then once you go into that mode, you target other people's animals until they die. I mean, what kind of person are you? You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying many people have reported similar things for their pets to get to them. But, you know, whoever are doing, first of all, they are doing it covertly. They're not coming forward. And it is a crime. Directed energy weapon, it's a weapon. So if you use it on a pet just to get to you, to make you suffer, so then they're doing, the counts of the crimes over there are multiple. If they're heading to hurt the human, they're hurting an animal, that means this is very low. This humanity is low. This is way bad. So we need to stand up. This is a real crime. We all need to stand up and get our government, leave U.S. government. I don't think, because they are they have the patent, they have all these federal agencies like Martin, this thing, and you know, these government agencies, they have built these weapons and they're using it. They're going on and on and on, and now they have spread out to not only the Caucasian countries, they have spread out to developing countries, and they are influencing all. They're coming up with a nice presentation, and then back in they're doing something while the developing country doesn't know about it. The intention is to keep the developing country to be developing only, never ever to come up. That's the destruction that they do, which we know they do not know. So we have all the more reasons that we need to tell other countries, and we need to succeed, at least in one place. Otherwise, the humanity is heading in a very bad direction, right? It's bad. And they are doing it to many, many folks. The affected individuals, the torture subjected individuals, sometimes they are Caucasians as well. So, say for example, like the Democratic side, or the one who agrees or believes like all men are equal, or colored folks are also real humans. I think those people are also targeted. So this is a huge crime, and Nami, I'm very sorry that's happening to the, your pet. This is all the more reason for us to come and unite, come up with a strategy, and beat this up for our future generation. We need to work this through for our next generation. We owe to solve this problem, because this is what we call in Indian culture as a Kali Yuga, age of information, and things can get into wrong hands and go very bad. So we need to work this. We need to make somewhere in some country to realize that such things are happening. The U.S. that they are doing it as a business, so we need to expose this. This crime is huge. This is against humanity. This is against the fundamental constitutional rights of any nation. So United Nations get involved with this one, and they recently started, I think someone has started something on these lines. So we need to come together. We need to give our effort of it, and somebody has to work them through to reach out to, the United Nations or global popular people or rich people. If any of them were, unaware, and if we could educate them and get us going, and we should have a momentum, and we need to put an end to this, because our lives are getting wasted with this one. And guess what? The one who is doing it to us, he's just following around and doing the DW for the gain or for the business, because they don't want to do the regular jobs. They want to do the covert jobs, where they can take the money under the table. So we need to expose them, and it is very sinful for them to do, and we need to stand up. Guys, I request you guys to come up with a plan. Let's see who all we can see and where we can find some support, and then make this work. And you have to understand that these criminals are, this torture, targeting, or psychological bad treatment and stuff, they're all gone. They're perfected it. So all our efforts will go in waste. We just have to work around and make this come true, because no animal should be suffering because of this. This supremacy game. No human should be suffering because of this human game. No developing country needs to stay as developing country, or how the population get used by these people covertly without that government knowing it. But we don't want that. We need to work through. And I'm very sorry, Nabi, that this is happening. And it's very hurtful. Very much so.
Sister Saroja, if you wouldn't mind, what we were talking about last night in regards to what you added on your particular Part 2 series call. You said that we need two things in regards, as far as how you see it, as far as your perception of this whole scenario and exposing. You said that we needed what? We needed proof of.
The thing is, the way that torturing is going on, there are some agencies, government, they're doing it, and they're hiring people, or their own people, or shadow government, whatnot. They are using on us, because it's a remote torture. They're using what is called energy weapons, and they are controlling our nerves and our body functions, and that's what is causing neural monitoring. And then they are doing voice to skull, which is biotelepathy, like someone talks into my brain directly from elsewhere, constantly talking very bad, it doesn't let me hear someone else who is talking upfront in front of me, or it doesn't let me work my work because there's people are constantly engaging your brain adversely. So that is the synthetic telepathy. That is going on, and then they do the gang stalking. So all these things are very bad. So psychological stuff is in there, torture is in there. So how do we make our government realize, oh, this is wrong? So they should not be cooperating with this U.S. kind of stuff to target people. How do we prove it? So I, as a person, if I go reach out, police are not taking the complaint. So how will I do? Now we have grouped up, and still a lot of people are saying on YouTube, still the government is not listening, hearing. So what would be the way that I should go? So I checked around, and I was told if the police doesn't get your job done, and if you reach out to your politicians and they don't get the job done, then your next best thing is to approach court, and which I tried to do. And then there, what it turned out that the issue that I have at hand is very brand new. There are no laws in there, so they cannot help you. So in that matter, so it becomes my burden that I need to prove that such things are happening. Whatever I'm allocating, and those things are happening. If I can prove that, then our case will win, and the TV news folks and everybody will start, advertising on this, into the media. So the law and the media will take over, so you get the relief right there and then, so then my job will be done. So in order for me to happen, out of 4 things that I mentioned, the kind of tortures are going on, the health attack, DW, directed energy weapons, or remote monitoring, right to skull, or gang stalking. Which ones can I prove? In that case, I come up with, okay, directed energy weapons are hard things, right? That is an item that somebody can touch and feel. Oh, yeah, this can work remotely. So that's how I left the psychological in the back end. I took out this energy weapon because in Cuba or in China, they had the sonic attacks in the embassy side. So we can pick up from there. That is done remotely, and the people yet could get hurt. It's already established. So let's take on a similar thing. And so if I can show any device that is being sold or that's being used, then it would help my cause in the court, and then I will win. When I go to the court and what I submit, it is called public information litigation. What I am saying is public doesn't know something. That's what I am pressing, and then I am making judiciary system to make laws against it to protect the general population. So in order for me to win that, I need either a product where I can show that, hey, look, this is an energy weapon, this is what they can do remotely, and this is what is happening. Similar things are happening to me, similar things are happening to Nigel, or similar things are happening to XYZ over here, or in that country, in this country, blah, blah. So either one product. Or the second thing that I could get to prove this crime is if some expert could come to court and say that he's aware of this, he has his proper education to state this fact, and then he can prove these things, and they are there. If somebody, like say they could be medical doctors, they could be scientists with their proper degrees, they could be a police or defense person, they're actually working, they're not retired, or that they have good standing. Those kind of people, if any one of them could come and corroborate and then say that what Saroja is saying, or this petition is saying is true and it's possible, and those weapons are out there, that physics or the principle is out there, that means my case will win, and we can start from energy weapon or the remote or monitoring, and then slowly the consecutive PILs, public information obligations, that those can follow through. So at this point of time, I'm trying to see if I can get my foot in the door to get this crime getting attention. So I need two things. One is either a product or an expert witness. If any of you guys can help me with that, would help me. And know the fact that these people, whether it's a defense or police, whoever is doing it, or the public who is doing it for a money, a blackmailing business that surveillance business is in, nonetheless, they already know this is happening because they are the ones who are doing it, but they're hiding the proofs and everything. On this targeting or this gang stalking, they're constantly after us to get it. Remember, I've had that chip in me that I took out that can be a witness, but the thing is, because they remotely control me, wherever I keep it or when I'm traveling, they take it away from me. So that's why I'm not heavily counting on it.
Hold on a second, sisters. You said that you are in possession of a covert implant, the microchip that they implanted in you. You were able to get it out, and you said that you flicked it somewhere, and by them remotely hitting you with the microcontrol technology, it's them getting you to lose. That would just.
Yes, what I am saying is that one guy, he hit it from the neck street right into my nose. He hit a chip into me. A chip is not really a small chip. It's kind of a rice grain size, and it hit my septum of the nose, and it dodged there, and then it was very hurtful, and he gunned it from, street down through the guard of the screen of the door. And then in the evening, what he did is he sits behind the house behind, and he used a button to initiate a pain in me, and that would wiggle or something, and immediately it would pain and it would stop. So the way that he hit it, or it dodged out of my septum, I was able to take it out myself at home. I did not go to, because I know that clinics and hospitals are constantly being covered. These people follow us. If any doctor could give any feedback, they would coerce him to say things which are opposite. So yes, I had that in my possession. But the thing is, they also remotely control me. So if I'm traveling with it, or in my brain, I know where I kept it, they will come and steal it, isn't it? Those are the stuff, that kind of crimes are happening. So that's why I'm not counting on my own. This thing. I didn't even take a picture of it. You know why? Because the minute that I showed them that I have it, and that's it, they're even ready to kill me to mitigate the problem and not to get the witness out, right? So I knew that it would be dangerous. So I'm going a very safer side. Try to do it with the public, together with the public.
I spoke to you, and this is the first time I bring that up. I'm glad you brought it up. I'm just saying, because that's the gun you're talking about. That is like the most obvious piece of evidence that you could even bestow upon anybody. As had the cold implant that they try to put up your nose as you took out yourself. Interestingly, Nigel Nicholson has had a story where that he overly implanted in a New York police precinct here in Brooklyn behind something that he was going through with one of his ex-girlfriends, baby's mothers, and he said he woke up, his nose inside the jail of the police precinct. And when he woke up, his nose, and after that, he started experiencing all this gang stalking stuff, directed at weapons, things of that nature. So it's not unheard of. What you're talking about, definitely. Give me a Nappy, if you now for me till I get back, there's something more I got to take care of, brother.
Hello? Hello?
I'm back on the line, man. Hello?
Hi.
They cut us all off, huh?
Oh, yeah, there was silence for a while.
Yeah, they cut us all off. They do that from time to time. There was one night they did it. Yeah.
Can you headsets, microphone, and that?
I use it when I listen.
Okay.
Hey, I have an article actually. I found after 146 years, today was the last day that Rockefeller family is incorporated in oil. That means something, though. I think, their next move is they're going to move on to vaccines, medical.
Yo, drop it, man. If you want to drop it right now, you're more than free to do so.
Yeah, for sure. I can use it right now. Speaker. Alright, here we go. Now it's taking a while to load. You see how they do this shit to our phones? They just can't help themselves. It's the nature of a psychopath. They can't help themselves. Literally. They're just doing shit. Here we go. Now show that. Give me a second, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Alright. It says, heirs to the oil fortune created by John D. Rockefeller, who founded Standard Oil in 1870, are exiting the family business. The Rockefeller Fund, a charity that supports causes related to the environment, economic justice, and other issues, has liquidated its investments in fossil fuel companies, including Exxon Mobil. While the global community works to eliminate the use of fossil fuels, it makes little sense financially or ethically to continue holding investments in these companies. Fund said on Wednesday in a statement, there is no same rationale for companies to continue to explore from new sources of hydrocarbons. The fund, which manages roughly $130 million, said it would immediately divest holdings of Exxon as well as sell its investments in coal companies and tar sands oil procedures. Exxon, the world's second biggest company, is the descendant of Standard Oil, which was famously broken up in 1911 as part of the President Theodore Roosevelt trust-busting campaign. In announcing its decision, the Rockefeller Fund attacked Exxon for what's called the company's morally reprehensible conduct, alluding to allegations that the company has hidden evidence fossil fuels contribute to climate change. Evidence appears to suggest that the company worked since the 1980s to confuse the public about climate change march, while simultaneously spending millions to fortify its own infrastructure against the climate change's destructive consequences and track new exploration opportunities as the Arctic's ice needed, the fund said. Rockefeller family members have long accused Exxon of working to deny the existence of global warming. Former Virginia Senator Jay Rockefeller a great-grandson of John D. Rockefeller in 2006, urged Exxon CEO Rex Tillerson to stop funding groups that denied climate change. In a February op in the Los Angeles Times, Neva Rockefeller Goodwin, an economist and great-granddaughter of John D. Rockefeller, said that in the 1980s, the company began to finance think tanks and research who cast doubt on the reliability of climate change. Exxon denies that its representatives are a danger of climate change. It's not surprising that they're divesting from the company since they're already funding a conspiracy against us. Alan Jeffers, a spokesman for Exxon, said in an emailed statement to CBS Money Watch about the Rockefeller Fund announcement. New York State Attorney General Eric Schneiderman is said to have launched an investigation last fall into whether Exxon misled the public investors about its internal research regarding climate risk. California Attorney General Kamala Harris is also reportedly looking into either Exxon lied about climate change. The probes followed a report by Inside Climate News, a nonprofit news organization, claiming that Exxon sought to undermine scientific evidence that pointed to the growing threat of climate change. Jeffers said the Rockefeller Family Fund provided financial support to Inside Climate News, which she said produced inaccurate and deliberately misleading stories about the company's climate research. The stories wrongly suggest that we had reached definitive conclusions about the risk of climate change decades before the world's experts, while climate science was in early stages of development, he said. ExxonMobil believes the risk of climate change is clear and warrants action. Exxon critics praised the Rockefeller Family Fund's move to divest its fossil fuel holdings. Just like with big tobacco before it, the turning point in the movement to end the fossil fuel industry abuses has come. Influential institutions and people are withholding their investments, and there is a burgeoning movement of attorney generals launching investigations into Exxon to expose the truth and hold it accountable for its lies, and said Catherine Sawyer of Watchdog Group Corporate Accountability International. And I believe that's the end of the article on CBS News too. Yeah, right now.
All right. Do it now though, because yeah, man, I can just right away. What I'm gonna do now, I can reach out to my this is highly important. What you brought up, sister. Project as maintenance.
Archie?
Yes.
Yeah, please forward that to document. And if there is any citation that I could use out of it, I will toss that to our team, and they might suggest me if we could use it. If it helps.
I'm not sure what you're asking. Document. Just right?
Yeah, you just read that the Rockefeller 126 years.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can definitely forward that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was referring to without appeal.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to now try to reach out to Nigel because you'll remind what you everything of mine. But where to hear Nigel Nicholson when how with the thing that it gives up. But you wouldn't mind bear with me. Okay?
Yeah, just the call is, cutting out. I'm barely figuring out what you're saying. Right.
Can't hear what
Yeah.
I just said?
It is cutting. I gathered, but there are some words I lost. So it's bad. They are doing something.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all, because that's what they do. Part of what they're with me. I said what I'm going to do now is I'm going to seek out Nigel Nicholson so he can get on the call and give a brief synopsis of his story when he realized it. How he was covertly. You hear all of that?
Yeah. He was
Bear
saying
with
something
me when I
about
get
it.
back. Okay?
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, Archie.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are still there. I got a hold of Nigel. He's in the middle. Can you hear everything I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I do realize that these people play games with the phone, especially with me and my voice. They put it in. That's what they do. But I appreciate you bringing that, to my awareness. Because that's what they do. So, pardon me about that, and bear with me here. I got hold of Nigel. He's in right now. Calling me back in a few weeks. And he's detailing in a brief, concise way a brief synopsis of who and what that target and that function. In his story, what I was trying to tell you before.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, then you're still there.
You still there?
Still here.
He's probably on the phone with us, but we can't hear him. Because what they do is they mute him on and off. Like, they'll put his phone on, and then we'll start hearing him, and then he'll hear us. But then all of a sudden, we won't hear him. The type of crap they pull. Bear with me on that. Sister Saroja, if you don't mind, because this still, the show is still going on. Is there anything else that you'd like to add, or questions that you'd like to ask, maybe myself or Roger 7, in regards to possibly the article he just read, or something else, before Nigel calls back in?
As I was mentioning, the crime is hideous. They are behaving. There's this article that they are doing instead of, because they have filled the jail and stuff, so prison, so they are doing remotely, and they are doing the controlling people, confining their own homes. This sort of remote imprisonment in the entire world is going on. So there are articles. In fact, I could forward those articles, or even RT could forward articles. So Abby and Russell Seven and Nigel, you guys could read into it. So if that's what they are doing, we need to get a proof of that, and we need to then trust that this is inhumane and they shouldn't be doing it. So there's another piece of task for torture opposing that we could do, right? So there are no laws against it, and so they're doing and they're getting away doing all these things. So we need to make it public, make it acceptable by the court, and then give them time to make the laws against it. So we know a lot of work ahead of us. But since it's my first call with you guys, just trying to get to know with you guys. And my request for you guys is to come together and then see what, at a very high level, what would it take from us to make the crime acceptable? That should be the first thing. Don't hold on to all the things and get lost and be in a corner, and then be simple. Nigel, he said he targeted his, 2015.
Huh?
2015. Folks who are targeted way before that.
Yeah, pardon me, Sister
Mr.
Saroja.
Saroja, pardon me. Sorry.
Yes.
Nigel's in the building, and I asked him to call in to give us a brief synopsis of his targeting, how long has been targeted, and where did he realize all this was happening, and when did he figure he got covertly implanted. Nigel, take it away, bro.
All right, man. I just want to say one thing, right? For those viewers who listen to the podcast, and we as TIs, we sometimes we like to think that it's only happening to us, right? But when you have people from other countries who listen and can relate what they're going through to us, right? It just shows you that this is a global thing that is happening, right? That this is not just, here within the United States or some TIs in Great Britain or in France, but it happens in other countries as well, right? And so just, be aware of that, because sometimes us TIs, we tend to want to think that, it's only happening to us, okay? But it's just not, it's happening to, this is a global thing. It's a global phenomenon that's happening, okay? And so, all right, so let me just give you a quick rundown on when I became a target. This was in 2002 was when I became aware, right? So becoming aware and being put into this program is two different things, but they're one and the same. When I say two different things, meaning that you become aware, whatever year that's happening, that you become awakened to things happening, right? Strange things that's happening. But prior to that, you might have to go back 2-3 years, okay? Because it takes a couple of years for them to program your mind, right? How they want to program it, okay? So, whatever year you can identify as the year you became aware, you can add on, past 2 or 3 past years prior to that, and that would be when they were conditioning you, okay? And that is how long it took the condition to embed itself in your psyche, in your subconscious mind, okay? Right? And so then, even though those years, you may not recognize it, it was happening to you. you just wasn't recognizing it because you haven't become aware of it yet. You know, it's bypassing your subconscious, but somehow you were awakened to it, right? And so going forward, so I started realizing this stuff in 2002. Okay, and then I have a twin brother who started. He became a target in the mid '90s, possibly even earlier. You know, like maybe because I think he became aware of his target in maybe around '97. Right, so that's a whole. That's like 5 years prior to this happening to me.
Nigel, mine started even way earlier, even just that they became old. So even it was there for me in '92 they have done, '93 they have done, and year '92 when I was traveling from India to US for the first time, they did a gang stalking and they did a lot of crimes on in the aeroplane itself. Okay.
You started in 2000?
Even earlier. So I recognized it as old in 2018. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. That they started overtly. Cowardly is going on all along. That is in '92, '93, where I don't even know any Caucasian, or I wasn't even talking anything, and there could never be any crime from my end. You know, that kind of situation I come from. But then even when I look back, now that I know what is remote monitoring, they've been doing it on me when I was age 10 or 7. And even that dates back to age 4 and 5 for me, some other things.
Yeah.
And so then I come across some folks over here, Indian strategic individuals, they say it has started since birth or it started at the age of 5. So, in other words, what I'm saying, it may not have anything to do with whether you've done something wrong. It is globally they're spying.
Yeah, I mean, in most cases, it's not. I think in a lot of our cases, you know, we haven't done anything that's criminal, but I think they try to get us to do criminal acts. They try to blackmail us into silence, and that's what they do, right? This is what blackmailers do. This is what people in the government do that create experimental people when they don't want to get caught. You know, they'll like try to manipulate you and try to entrap you, okay, and then try to use that to blackmail you to shut you up. Okay, so you're quite right.
But that's bad, though. That's very bad. So what I'm trying to, my point is, what all we can gather from all different CIs is that there is innate crime. Syndicated crime has been going on. That's been getting done by, you know, like World War II veterans or these aged people who have this technology way long back, and they've been doing it on us. So we don't need to question anything. Oh, did I do something wrong? No, we just have to expose it. We just need to come together and expose it. And this crime is very huge and very destructive.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, because I've said this before. It's like, we have to get out of this notion that the reason why we end this is because we did something wrong, right? Because again, when you think about it in a logical sense, if we did something wrong, if we did commit a crime, something like that, why don't the police show up at our door? Why do they follow us around? Why do they do all this stuff? And, you know, for me, it's simple as that. It's for me, the simple answer is that because we are experimentees. Okay? We are experimentees. And had we did anything wrong, like I said, you know, there are many people that commit crimes every day that get arrested. Okay? Why is they trying to first of all, we, you know, what crime would we have committed anyway, right? Because I know in my mind that I did. Okay? And I'm sure
but their crime is way much bigger than ours because they're controlling entire being, you know.
So we did not commit a crime, put it like that. We did not commit a crime. They did. Okay? They're the ones that did. Okay?
Exactly.
Pardon me, sister. So if you don't mind, Nigel, man, I think they're trying to forget about, or they're trying to, like, you know, acknowledge it to forget about where I wanted you to zero in on. Right. When you were in the precinct, what happened and what happened before that that got you there, things of that nature.
Okay, so I was going through a breakup with my ex-girlfriend, who was the mother of my first son. And, you know, when I look back at things, I start to see how they had used her to manipulate me. Okay?
Yeah.
That they had used the opportunity, and like I said, remember I said they will always use opportunities in which, you know, things are happening in your life to come in and then try to manipulate you, right, and to try to put you in a downward spiral. Okay? Because again, you know, it's there. Yeah, look, in America, we know the government listens to our conversations. Period. We know that. People may try to say, you know, the government is not anything that their cell phone is secure and safe. It is not. Okay. Every time we use our cell phone, it's being recorded. Every single cell phone in America, and possibly all over the world, right, is being recorded either by their government or by the CIA. Okay, here in the United States, all the three I's, which is the Great Britain, USA, and Australia, right?
Right.
So, when I was going through this stuff, with this breakup with my son's mother, you know, this weird stuff used to happen to me. And I never thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, I was totally oblivious to what was going on. You know, totally asleep. You know? So, for example, I remember, you know, when we were trying to go through all of our stuff, we had went to the movies one day, you know, just try to be cordial and try to see if we could work things back together. But that's what I was thinking. But she had different plans. They had already went to her, recruited her, and they were going to use her against me. So we went to the movie theater. This was on 86th Street here in Manhattan, you know. And we were watching the movie, and certain part during the movie, she kept looking at me. She kept looking to I think I was sitting on the right side of her. She kept turning, she looking on the right, and she kept looking at me, like looking at me. I'm like, but I thought it was strange because, you know, she was just doing it so much. So at one point during the movie, this is my ex-girlfriend at the time. So at one point during the movie, I can't remember what happened on screen, but, you know, something happened on screen. She looked at me, then she looked down, and then she took her hands, right, put it on her lap, okay, and then her index finger and her middle finger, like you made like the peace sign, right? But you know, if you hold up your hands, you do the peace sign, right? She did that same hand signal on her thigh, on her leg, right, as we were sitting down after certain scenes, and that's when I started to realize that this type of programming is also built into the movies and on television. Because once you become awake to this stuff, you start to see it. When you watch certain television show, you start to see them do the hand signals. When you watch certain movies, you start to do the hand signals. So this is, you know, again, government, you know, programming you and I through media. Okay, and as I said, you know, the media is brainwashing because that's exactly what they're doing. But many people don't really know that concept, you know.
Yeah.
They may hear it and they may use the term, but they don't fully understand how or understand the totality of how it's being done. Okay?
Yeah. Yep.
So,
I have a couple Indian television visuals. They say that same exact thing when it's happening on TV. They would make that sensation onto you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me finish, right? So. She had sent my son away, right, without letting me know at the time. And, you know, I was, you know, for a whole 2 weeks, I didn't know where he was. I called her, she wouldn't answer my phone, nothing like that. So I began to worry, because, listen, when my son was born, even though she delivered him, he was with me 99% of the time. When she wanted, on the weekend, when she wanted to go with her friends, my son was with me. We go everywhere, okay? So I had more of an emotional attachment to him than she did, okay? So when she sent him away and not tell me, you know, I started freaking out. Like, she didn't answer my call, nothing like that. So so anyway, so her mother called me and she was like, he's in Barbados with her. And I said, well, you know, your daughter never told me nothing. And she was like, well, she speak to her because that was wrong. She should have let me know. So he finally came back, right? Came back, I get to see him. And then all of a sudden later on, you know, a month or two ago, he started with like, oh, you can come pick him up. And I drive all the way to the Bronx, and then knock on her door, ring her bell. She wouldn't answer. Okay? And she did that She did it a lot of times, right? To the point where I got upset one day, drove up to her house, her apartment building, rang her doorbell, okay? And I started like yelling at her on the other side of the door. I was like, you can't be doing this shit, this and that. And she called the cops on me and I got arrested. She didn't open up her door. I didn't touch her, anything like that. Okay? When they put a list of charges in, how I assaulted her, I was stalking her, third-degree assault, domestic violence abuse, all this other shit. I mean, the list was long. Okay, but then again, it's America. I'm a black man living in America. So, they got to add at least, 30 or 40 shit on the charges, right? It just can't be, trespassing or what have you. They got to be like, a whole bunch of shit. So anyway, that night, right, I was in the precinct and I fell asleep. Okay, after being fingerprinted and everything like that, I fell asleep. Now, mind you, I did not commit, they might have got me for trespassing. They could have just given me a summons. But because they wanted to implant me, right? So they had to have me there. They wanted to implant me. And then they were trying to use that. And then I said they went to her because I'm going to tell you what happened and how I knew that they went to her and they recruited her because they knew I had a strong case of getting custody of my son, right? And so she was very, very worried because, the lawyer said to me, if she sent him out of the country without you knowing, that's not good. That he basically just kidnapped his son because they call it whether because even though she's the other parent, the fact that he was underage and you did not give her permission or she did not ask you if give some type of documentation that says, hey, I allow you to take him out of the country. So they were basically, I was about to get custody, which, I didn't want custody of him. I just want the court to step in and stop the nonsense that she's doing, right? So that night in the precinct, I fell asleep, okay? And then I woke up. They woke me up the next morning. This was very early. And when I woke up, I looked down at my arms because my arms was burning me, and I didn't understand why my arms was burning. And when I looked down, I had a needle mark in my arm, right? So I had a needle mark in my arm. So I didn't quite think anything of it at first. But I remember feeling kind of weird, I remember feeling like not myself, like just feeling just kind of weird, kind of like when you get up in the morning, you kind of like, because you're tired, so you kind of, the way how I felt like I was kind of wired. When I say wired, meaning like, like I've been drinking like 10 cups of coffee, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, so I went before the judge, and the judge, after reading all the list of charges, everything like that,
Hello?
They cut Nigel off the call. I can hear it.
They muted my mic. Seriously,
I heard you. I heard you when you were saying you woke up and you went to the judge. That's where you were at.
Right. So, so like I said, I woke up and I felt like a burning sensation in my arm, and I looked down, I had a needle mark in my arm, and I felt wired, like really, like, like I said, I drink 10 cups of coffee. Right? So anyway, went before the judge, and just read the list of charges, and the judge was like, well, you're free to go, come back, as you said, they gave me a court date to come back, and blah, 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 right? Now, I'm saying to myself, this judge is reading on I saw the list of charges. I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers trying to put me away for a long time. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, okay, whatever. So, and again, for the charge of domestic abuse and violence, assault and all this stuff, they were saying battery, third-degree battery and all this shit. It was all lies. Okay? And like I tell you all the time, people don't think that the police lies, right? But in America, the police lie all the time. Whether they're black, white, it doesn't matter who they are. These motherfuckers are lying. Okay? And the one that...
No, because it's governed by only one government with one agenda, right? And the hired police are the perps, in some ways. And whether they're black or brown or Mexican, doesn't matter. The agenda, they get finished the agenda, which is to push the minority down to gain the control, and that they are the supremacy. The dollar gets to them, the powerful positions come to them, isn't it?
Well, sister, they've been doing that for a long time. Okay, so it's not.
Hold on.
It might just be your agenda.
Nigel,
But let me finish.
told me, but we know.
Yeah. And I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that. But that's much later. So anyway, so I went home, right? I think my brother came and meet me. He went home, took the train, got home, what have you. The next day I get up for work. I walk out the door, and I see 5 trucks passing by. I'm like, I didn't think anything of it. Coming back home, same thing happening. 5 trucks passing by. For an entire year, every single day I went to work. This was happening to me for an entire year. Then, fast forward, to make a long story short, I started doing research and stuff like that. And then, it was happening with the remote monitoring, where I was at work one night. I was just humming a song. In my mind, I'm the only one in the department. Nobody else was there. I'm humming my song, right? Not loud, but thinking it in my mind, singing a song in my mind. Okay, not even like humming out loud. So I can't even say like because they listened to my cell phone because I wasn't vocal like sounding. You know what I'm saying? We just started. Went to meet a friend, had dinner, came out the restaurant. A police car waiting across the street, made a U-turn. The officer on the passenger side rolled down his window and started singing the song that I was singing in my mind. And so that freaked me out. And then my friend that I had to dinner with, she looked at me like really, really strange. And then she knew what was happening, and she kind of felt bad because I could see her eyes kind of like watered up. And then she was like, then I walked into the train station. We didn't say anything to each other. And then she went home, I went home, and then she never called me, and I never called her. Okay? And that was the last time that was the last time I've ever spoken to her. Okay? So she didn't even reach out to say, hey, Nigel, are you okay? Anything like that? Nothing. So I knew at that point that she was in on it, right? And so anyway, with the remote monitoring, so I'm saying to myself, well, okay, how did they implant it? How did they implant it in? Right? Because not like sometimes people like, oh, they operated on me and put a chip inside of me. Like, they don't gotta operate on you. Okay, remember this is 2002 now, right? 2002, 2003. Where they had developed a nano-sized micro-sized microchip, right? That they can implant in your brain using a very long needle through the only direct passageway to the brain. And that is through your nasal cavity. Okay?
Yeah.
And your eyeball, but they're not going to stick anything in your eyeball. But the nasal cavity is where they can insert a long-ass needle and put that chip wherever it is that they want.
Nigel, did they use your left nose or right nose?
I believe it's my right nose because I used to have a lot of pain in my right nose. And not also that, but I also, because of that, I also have a benign tumor.
Oh.
Right? I have a benign tumor in my right nasal cavity.
To me, they did it in 1993, and 93 or 93 or 94, and they used the left nasal cavity. And what happened after all that I was done cooking and all that, I was just laying down on the couch. And then I don't even remember laying down on the couch. All of a sudden I woke up like I had 10 cups of coffee, and then my nose was bleeding. The blood is like a little bit thick and everywhere. And this stuff never happens. And I called immediately my husband by then, and I said, look, this is what happened. And he said, oh, it must be too much heat because if you put the AC on and you will be fine. And then, so in other words, they had made me asleep with the remote monitoring, and they had done remote surgery to put the stuff in there. And every time after that, I would get some stuff in my nose, in my throat or from my mouth, which is basically stuff, a little bit, big chunk of some tissue, or I don't know, maybe bacteria, that it just comes out in my mouth every now and then, and it smells bad, and then my left nasal cavity feels empty, and even now it is empty. That stuff is not gone. It's there. And I have now extra different these chips that they are trying to put in, and then I'll tell you, they do it very quick. They can do it remotely when I'm awake. The other day, just a few weeks ago, I stood on my door sill to put some clothes outside. Immediately, they hit something in my foot, and it was burning, and I knew they did something, and I tried to use the other foot to cover it. But then, remotely, they're not only injecting stuff in you with very precision. Right away, they can mobilize that chip, and they can thread that in. And they have done that, and I have the mark, I have the picture now that they are doing it. So now, do you realize your nose or your ears, they can be putting in left and right, and they use this deep sleep state where you're kind of vegetative state. They can do anything, but you wouldn't know. I can refer you to a couple articles on that, on the sleep studies, and those kind of sleep studies, they are doing it in Bangalore. That institution, this psychiatric institution, they do the sleep studies where they call for regular, normal citizens to get the study done, and so where they can give you some money if you get volunteer for that. And then somebody that I know went for it, and they are saying, that person is saying, he got like 2 to 3 years of very bad dreams and everything following that volunteer testing that he went through. Do you guys with me thus far? This is how far they have gotten. This is how easily they can implant anybody, guys. So, in other words, you cannot be dwelling on this little experience. They are doing them right and left and center. So we need to walk past that, and we need to come up with a strategy. How can we prove this? This is a breach, or this is violation of our basic privacy, and then speech and those kind of things. So we need to do something about it. We need to try to get out of it. We need to establish that this crime is going on. And many people are in it. To many people it's happening. Many people can vouch for it. And remote neural monitoring and directed energy weapons, we have one too many counts that are saying it. And then on the website, we have one person, targeted individual. He has put up 100 people witnessing that. What year is their started, what is their name, what is their contact number, what is their contact email ID, what crimes go through, whether it's an energy weapon or a remote neural monitoring that they are doing. So, and we have additional people who can vouch for it now, together with few of us, signing up our affidavit. How can we take this forward? That is my current thing that I am thinking, and how can we move forward with it? We don't need to be sitting back with our emotional touch. Oh, that's when they did it. Oh, this is how they did it. No, let's walk past that. How can you take this one to the court? So for that matter, what I have recently, what I'm trying to do is, before this COVID hit us, is that I went to our state level, the Health and Family Welfare Department. They are supposed to listen to us when some similar crimes are going on that affects our health and families, right? So I want to take affidavit of few of us and see. I have formed, by the way, Nigel, I have formed an organization, NGO, and the name is also very meaningful in that instead of us going to each of us, hey, look, this is happening, where they just simply say, okay, go to the psychiatrist, that's where I have made this NGO. So we need to take all these affidavits and then write up a nice little presentation, and then put the clear ask. What is it that we are complaining? What is it that is happening? And what is it that we want that department to be doing? I need to do that and put several targeted individuals affidavits and then present it to that department. Then it would be, at least if they don't do anything also, at least they have to record that, general public is saying that such things are happening. That's the thought process, Nigel. What do you say?
That's a pretty good idea. Okay.
I couldn't do it on the U.S. land because I know that if I try to do something, they will do something adversely. So that's why I have come over here.
Uh-huh.
And I'm trying to do.
I'm sorry.
So I'm trying to do it over here. And if we can establish in any country, wherever we can get some solution, then we can draw from that into neighbor countries, and then we can establish that one there too. So in other words, doing something like this. What's going on in the neighborhood that we are getting so much noise? It sounds like neighborhood. Let's see, what is it? Oh, some guy is buying something. Let me ask you this stuff. Can you solve that? Okay. So what it is this is because of the COVID, they are spraying something.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, are you with me? Yeah, they're spraying something. Otherwise, I wanted to ask them, who is that they are doing this noise campaign? And it could be a noise campaign too, right? But they're spraying to control this COVID-19. Okay, so the point was to establish in one country, and I'm thinking India, because we are non-violent in our nature, in our culture, our country should be here. And once we get accepted over here, then we could draw from there and then present it to the court of U.S. Hey, look, that is particularly this happened, that country has accepted it, so you should also make a case like that. So that's the kind of a route that we could go. And then also to find out, I think there is one person, James, somebody, who has presenting that the harassment is being gone on with him, electronic harassment has gone on with him. So he's already proven and that has been established. So we could cite what has happened earlier and then make a new cases also. Those things we can do. So those are the routes that we, our targeted individuals in India, we are trying to study and then try to make an impact. This is where we are at, Nigel.
Mr. Saroja, if you don't mind me asking you a question right now, I don't mean to put you on the spot. There's a reason why I wanted to ask you this question while Nigel is present. Mr. Saroja, in your opinion, how much does this program have spiritual warfare? As far as your opinion on it. Did you understand the question? Hello? Mr. Saroja, you still there? I think she got cut off. Hold on, yo.
Yeah.
Hold on, Nigel. I got you back on, Sister Saroja. Don't worry. They knocked you off, and it figures that they would knock you off because of the question that I was asking you. I want to ask it again.
Yeah.
Sister Saroja, in your opinion, from your standpoint and your experience with this program thus far, how much does it have to do with spiritual warfare?
Oh, zero. It has nothing to do with spiritual. Are you kidding? It is just the criminals are portraying something else, your own psyche or whatever, your belief system, they will try to take that to make you believe anything, but then behind they are doing these crimes. So it has nothing to do with the, spiritual.
Yeah.
No, it's lies, it's a cowardly, it's a syndicated crime. Using defense level of crimes, defense level of weapons, and they have experimented on U.S. land, on U.S. people, since World War II. And then they have expanded. I think in the year of maybe even like 9/11 when it happened, I think at that point of time, through that crap, they have pulled in other Caucasian predominant countries into their scam, and now they're all corroborated. And then now they have headed out to the developing nations. So all in all, this New World Order or this deep state or this shadow government, all these things are quite real. Whatever that you have heard, I think there is even much more deeper truth in there. So this is much stronger. It has nothing to do with spiritual, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you talk about spiritual, I mean, in terms of people who are just, evil, you know what I'm saying? And it's like these people who are evil, excuse me, are doing these things, right?
Yes, that's right. And the energy weapons and remote neural monitoring, the thing is, the Hindu culture, like Indian culture, Hindu culture, ours is an age-old history, and I do think that they're wrongly propagating, mankind started from Africa and Africans. I'm at this point in time, I'm disagreeing. That is a disinformation. I think Indians are the original people because our history goes long back. But coming to the point, because we have that, what do you call that, recorded history and all that. The thing is, we have in our system this use of the energy, whether it's the Lord of Vishnu or all those things. We have that in our history. And then it is being present at some point of, in some level. And I think they have harvested this Western culture. They have harvested it and taken it from us. And they have, they have made weapons to use it.
Can I say something here? I just need to interject here because what you just said is totally, completely wrong. And I don't mean it in a way to say it, as a disrespectful way or anything like that, but I think it's a lack of information. Now, you do know that before the Germans invaded what is called today India, that land, the country that you're in right now used to be called East Ethiopia. You do know that, right? And you do know that the migration out of Africa into India is the reason why they call it East Ethiopia, because Ethiopia means the land of the burnt faces, or the black people, or the burnt people, who they call them, right? So before the Aryans came and conquered East Ethiopia and renamed it India, okay, that you have to remember too, is that all humankind, modern day humankind, all came out of Africa, right? Number two is that when the Germans came, which they called the Aryans, okay, what did they do? They did not bring any of their wives, their girlfriends, and what have you. They made it, right? They made it with, or you could say raped. They raped the woman, okay? And from that rape, the woman bear offsprings that came out of a lighter complexion. Okay, and we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of years, okay? And so they have built a population, and we finished, they had built a population of lighter skin, but not quite white or Aryan people, all right? Then they developed, let me finish. Then can I finish? I'll let you talk, let me finish, okay? Then they created what is called the caste system. Right now, you in India, you know what the caste system is, right? Again, like I said, I study history. I'm a history buff. Okay, I love history. I love anything about history, whether it's good or bad. But we have to talk about historical truth, not historical lies being passed on by certain groups of people who instill it in other groups of people to continue with their lives. Okay. So the caste system in India, who who is the ones that are suffering most under the caste system in India and why? These were the darkest skinned Indians.
Well, no, I am benefiting from caste system and I'm for caste
No.
That's information that the Caucasians are.
Okay,
I stand for it.
You stand for the caste system. Okay, well,
I do.
I have to disagree with you on that. I have to disagree.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can. And this is the disinformation the U.S. is propagating and instilling in us to make us feel bad. But anyways, but okay. Nigel, let's talk about it a little later.
No.
I would like to discuss with you. That's fine. I would love to discuss with you.
But
the point. Go ahead.
The people. When the fact is that Indian people are, came from African people who migrated to
No, I disagree, but we will discuss that later. Let me come to the point.
And the true Indians.
You are talking about very recent history. That is very recent history.
I'm not talking about Middle Eastern people. I'm talking about the people of India today. You know, you might be benefiting from the caste system maybe because you are the lighter skinned Indians, which is, this is the ones who benefit from the caste system. Of course, it's like white people here in the United States.
No, not necessarily.
They benefit from white supremacy, so they uphold white supremacy. You benefit from the caste system. So
you are what is being portrayed so far. That's what
I'm gonna be honest, frank and honest with you. Anyone who upholds a system in which basically oppress, murder, imprison people because of the color of their skin, I cannot be associated with it.
It has nothing to do with the color of skin.
Yes, it does. It has
nothing to do with it. What you have understood is false information.
I gotta go. Hold on. Just a second. I want to say this real quick. We gotta keep in mind something. We all could agree to disagree on certain subjects. That's not a big deal, man. We have to remember the big picture here. We have to stick together and keep fighting what we're all here to fight against, which is this program and the oppression of this program, and expose what they're doing to educate as far as we can with everyone that's willing to listen. There's people listening right now to everything y'all saying, man. And I definitely see the point of what Nigel's saying, and I see the point that Mr. Saroja saying. But I believe that the best thing to do in a situation like that, because it could be, you got to remember this, guys. Come on, man. You got to remember this. They'll use things like this to create division and to create problems within us, so that way we would not associate with each other.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Big things, man.
Rob, let me say this, and then I'm going to go. Rob, let me say
don't sleep on the notion that they can be using the mind control technology right now on you.
No, Rob, let me say this, and then I'm going to go. Let me say this, and then I'm going to go, right? Okay, now, you and I are TIs, right? We know what it's like to be affected, oppressed by this, program, right? Yet, you would never ever hear me say, I uphold another system because another system, I'm benefiting from it, but yet another system is suppressing me, right? And oppressing me. You would never hear me say that. Now, you are a TI. You said you're a TI, right? Yet, you talk about how you uphold the caste system, a system in which oppress and subjugate, right, certain groups of people. But yet you want other people to... Let me finish. Let me finish. You want other people to sympathize and identify with your struggle in this program, but you want to uphold a system with the press. People, get the fuck out of here. Listen, I gotta go. I can't be a part of this shit. That's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry for cursing your call, Rob, but this shit is ridiculous, okay? And this shit sounds fraud to me, right? Because again, anybody who feels injustice being done to them and want other people to sympathize with them, yet they want to do injustice to other people? Come on, man. That's bullshit. I'm sorry. I can't be a part of it. Sorry. Not interested. Not. Sorry. Listen, Rob, I'll talk to you. I'm sorry. RP, I'll talk to you tomorrow, man. This shit is bullshit. This shit is bullshit, bro. No, for real.
All right.
Okay, man. Okay.
Okay, now that he's gone, RT, I will continue. So basically, I and Nigel are disagreeing. There is some general information that what he knows or what's available from US. There is information that I need to clarify if he is open-minded. But the point I was getting at with respect to the targeting is that what I was saying, since our culture is age-old culture, we do have these energies being used. But we had suppressed that part in this era that is very destructive and that we shouldn't be using. So we have that kind of energy using is hidden in these parts, but it is there. That knowledge is there. That's what I was trying to get at. Okay. So, in other words, that's the remote neural monitoring, though we didn't call it that way. But that kind of energy activity is still available in India. That age-old information that is not new. The Caucasians didn't invent it. It is there. And I believe they have, just the way how they give me visa and they take me there and they get my insights out and make use of and make the business out of it. Just like that, those people, they have taken it from us only. That was my point. So Nigel did not have to bump into this caste system, though there are some things his understanding is different, mine is different, and we can still deduce it, and I can tell him what is so in the recent times. Up front, personal and closer information I could get to him if he were to kind of calm down and listen what I'm saying, knowing that I'm not directly attacking from his information. What he has, the information that he has and what he stood, I already know it. It's not nothing new, and I'm not, I'm not opposing it. But what I'm trying to say is the fact that we have in India the caste system is supposedly a finer detail of civilization that the Caucasian world is propagating as a reverse, and they are just injecting it back into our own system to fight between us so that we could never develop as a nation. That's the game that's going on. And Nigel has only one side of it. He's not hearing from me because I lived in US, I lived in India. And I know what our current system, where was the back system, why it was built, how it was built, and how is it useful now, and how is it that US is making us fight using the very same fact. I know all these things. So I was going to present it to him. But nonetheless, it in by itself is another subject at another time. Unfortunately, I couldn't contain it and yet come to the point that I wanted to say, is that these energy things are already there. The destruction, how they affect our bodies, our ancestral, what we call them, gods, blah, blah, blah. It is there still now. That is what the Western part has extracted, and they have built weapons to it, and now they can mass produce it, and they can mass kill it. And now they have made it automated, and with the touch of a button, they could do it, so which is very disastrous. So, Archie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Yeah, and so are you able to see what I'm saying? How our targeting?
I am able to see what you're saying, ma'am, actually.
See through, yes.
I'm a little disappointed how things turned out. I wanted you to...
It's okay.
I mean, things happen, and I wouldn't doubt
yes.
people properly more than that. Because that's happened to me. It's another right? So I have experience behind that, and I started feeling that coming. But I wanted to let you guys, what you had to say, and you both come to the conclusion that you will both agree to disagree, but that didn't happen. And I'm not blaming either of y'all. It just turned out the way it did. I was hoping it didn't turn out that way. But, I do understand where you're coming from. What I wanted you guys to understand is we all need to stick together. He knows that too. Nigel knows that too. Because he said it to other people. I'm not getting into what was or what happened there, but he knows that also. As far as we need to stick together. we need to
yeah, you
they're doing to us, as opposed to fighting amongst ourselves, which is nothing more.
His point is correct. His point is correct.
Conquer method. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm looking at. I'm focused on that. You know, for us sticking together and focusing our attention where we need to, which is the people who are behind this program, exposing it for what it is, educating other recently awoken EI/TIs to, you know, the program. But, you know, things happen. You know what I mean?
This needs to stop. This torture needs to stop. That's what I want. This needs to be stopped for me, on me, and to the people around me. That's what I want. I just don't want just the exposure. This is just not the part. Is it that they need to stop it right away, and the tables need to be turned around? Whoever did to us need to be identified, and the table needs to turn back, and they need to be radiated. Is that a funny part to hear?
No, ma'am, I don't know where you're going with it. I can kind of see that you're trying to make light of the situation, I guess. I understand that you want that to stop. You want your people to have that stop to them. But we also want it to stop. I want it to stop internationally, globally, not just.
That's what I mean when I say people. Yeah, exactly. No, I meant that. Yeah.
You know, like,
for all the people.
The thing is,
for all the people.
Right? We got to keep in mind here that these people use this technology. And maybe what you just said a little while ago wasn't even you. It was probably them. Thank you.
No. Oh, wait, Darcy.
You know what I mean? That's how strong that technology is. It can actually implant thoughts in your head, and you say them, and you think it's your own thoughts. That's how that works. Sometimes it causes problems. It causes, you know, disputes. It causes friction. It causes, you know. But I'm not saying anything that against you. You're not, as far as I know, through my personal experience as far as being an EI/TI, my own experiences with that and how I've seen it happen, and this seems to be one of those same instances repeated again. So I just wanted to say that part, and also say that I appreciate you for what you're standing for here in India. You're trying to do out there with your organization, with your website, you know, because you are trying to put the truth out there as far as you guys have gathered. If you don't mind, could you put on this live stream what you told me off the record in regards to why you don't like to mention too much the gang stalking or the psychological operations of this particular program, even though it's like 85 to 90% of it?
Yeah, so you want me to take that one, right?
Yeah, I wanted you to, if you don't mind, putting it now on the record why you choose not to speak on it specific. Because you told me, but I'd like you to tell everyone else why. Because it makes sense. Yeah. It does make sense. But
yeah. Wait. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think that's what I was trying to get at one point of time, and I got deleted. So the crimes that are going on us, I categorize in 4 different categories. One is the health attacks using a directed energy weapon, remote neural monitoring, voice to skull, and gang stalking. This is what I have termed. You know, I'm not using psychotronic anywhere because psychology, almost all of it, all 4 psychology affects all 4 of them. So the thing is, we all know as a TIs how they are doing, how it affects us, how it affects our bodily, our mentally, our career, our relations, you know, our life getting desiccated and all that. We understand that, all TIs. But our point is to make a non-TI to accept it, our cunning government to make them cripple us to demand our you know, human rights. That's what we want to do. So in order for me to do what happens, though the crimes are one too many, I have to stick with at least something that I can really prove and make the crime stand for the first time. When you have the standing, if you get to that stage, if you have something standing up, you can always, then people will start understand. If the government or the judicial system or if the media starts saying this, oh, there's something proven, this thing is going on, guess what? people's mind will be wide open for anything that they hear now. At that point of time, then we can have following cases, following technology, following ways how they are doing and all that. That can be followed. But the first and foremost, that what I want to do right now for it to stand, that I need to pick something that can stand or hold in a court, in court or in wherever I go, however I'm pursuing. The thing is, psychological things, they don't have a patience to hear about it because they are not PIs. But
I don't say what you told
that recently.
Tell them what you told me happened or ended up happening to Indian TIs over there when they started bringing up the psychological operation.
Yeah. So so in order for us to pursue this one, we have to be very careful. There is a gang stalking around us. There is our own brain and body that can be used against us, just like what you just saw, how things happen. They make it us against us only. And the government doesn't want to hear it. They are there. So what happens, the way if a single person goes and puts it in a police complaint, as a police complaint, the police is not ready to take it. And if you insist what they are telling you, if you go repeatedly making a visit and hey, what has happened, what did you do? What they are doing is, then they are referring you to go see the psychiatrist. They're waiting for you. As soon as you go see the psychiatrist, they'll give you something bad to you, and what that means is that you as an individual, you get discredited, that you are normal. You are not normal. Once you have that label, then the police have a right to not to do anything. Not only that, they can detain you, or they could do anything. So this becomes an ammunition that we realized, because I started after I came over here, I went to police, because that's how the route that we have to go. In order for me to proceed any further, for me to go to a court or something, first we have to do in my neighborhood, the Thana, I think that's what you guys use the word, precinct, is that I went to our local police station. And then I did thing, and they didn't do anything. I tried to pursue more. They took my phone away and stuff like that. They started doing crimes, and I'm like, why are they doing this? And I went there when my face was microwaved to show them, and they're not. They're like, oh, come here. Oh, how are you? Oh, can you have a cup of tea? Oh, can you come another time? Or that, the police that you dealt with, like, he's not there. Come another time. They started wasting my time like 4 months like that. Then I started feeling, okay, what's this game? How do I go now from there to there? So, in other words, what I'm trying to say that if you go individually and start writing the stuff that the public has never seen, and it exactly mimics the psychological problems, please don't use that and go take it as a front, your main complaint. Then they will easily put you to psychiatrist, and you are discredited for the rest of your life as a TI, and nowhere you would be counted. Not in your own family.
So basically what you were saying, I'm just going to repeat it and try to interpret it so my fellow TIs that may be listening in can understand what you were saying in this aspect. In regards to that, you were basically saying that not that you are, against people exposing the psychological tactics, the covert surveillance tactics, the dark NLP. You're not against that. But you're saying that if you were to bring that up into a police precinct or someone who is working inside this particular organization where they know they can use the mental health system against you, and they can use it to lock you up, make you look crazy, and automatically discredit you, and that you don't want that to happen because that would defeat the purpose in the first place to try to expose what's going on. So what you're saying basically is you guys out there have seen and heard what's happened to other TIs, and what you're trying to do is learn from their mistakes and not repeat it over again. Is that pretty much it?
That's exactly right. And the people, what happened? There were like 80 targeted individuals come together to do something like this, and they're all like very educated and all that, and they nicely approach. I don't know how, what the government did. They shut them all down. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say, first of all, among the general population, to identify you as a targeted individual, you are already very few percentage. And some of those guys don't even understand, or they don't even stand up. They don't even have their own living made up for them. So they're not ready to stand up. So by the time the RT comes here, by the time Nigel comes to meet with me, by the time, then Seven comes to meet with me, these are already the brave people who have come. I do not want to lose them. We are already minimal, okay? So we cannot afford to get destroyed again, and that I have nobody to move forward. So in that case, now it becomes the crime is one thing. Now it comes to the court of attorneys or the judges or the government or the police arena. We have to figure out in what angle can we beat this to make our crime stand and to make the laws against it. Okay, then selectively, I am dropping off the psychological stuff. I'm dropping off the gang stuff because it comes out as incidental, accidental, or circumstantial, or it needs a wider folks to come to witness stand. What you call? I could redo that experiment and show them that this can be done. This is how this can be done. This is how this can be fixed. In other words, I can stage that up back at the people to make them believe that, whether it's a court or general public. For example, directed energy weapon. Say this laser weapon. I'm sure easily I can get some laser weapon. People, general public already know it, but they don't know the word. Oh, it's a remotely used. It is remotely used to hurt you. Some of those properties, little details, they may not know it. So now, what I can do is buy one energy weapon, go on the stage, order in the court, and point at something, maybe some piece of meat or something, and then hit it. Hit it with the color so people can see it. That color is hitting, it affects the meat over there. That's how it affects me when somebody is firing from far. Only thing when I am doing it, the laser, I'm putting some color, you can visibly see it, but the laser in by itself doesn't have a color to it. But it can still happen. So this is how I can prove it, number one. Number two, how do I prove a remote neural monitoring? There's already some like university level studies or presentations have gone on where a person is asking them to, clench your arm in the middle to make it back and forward, and they tie up one wire to another brand new volunteer, and when this first volunteer clenches his or her hand, the brain signal that goes into his arm now gets passed onto other person's arm, and then the second volunteer's arm moves without his intention. That is there. I can send you those videos. So now this, physically people can see it. So that's why we need to pick on those two. Try to either get some experts to talk about that, to present it, to make it a case in the court, and then go from there. This is what is where I have deduced it to come from, and this is what we currently are working with until this COVID-19 stuff came in. So it's basically a tactic to lose something, to account on the points that we can count. We could start winning. It's a game.
I appreciate you, Sister Saroja, for your input. Definitely look forward to more of these conversations that we've been having. Definitely going to continue our series that started recently on part 2 already. I have to say that for the third installment, we definitely need to go in a little deeper as far as stuff that you may want to bring up, put up on this call, put it on the third installment, and kind of go into it a little more in depth. You know, if that makes any sense.
RT, that's okay, but that is what you would like to do, right? So for me, that still is not enough. So here is what other thing also I am suggesting that we should be focusing on as well, is that Nigel just spoke with me. We have 2 other TIs, right? We still need to connect with each other more, right? So some of my team that I sent them a link that you and I talked to them, and they were interested. In other words, they were our side of a TI and your side of a TI. We need to corroborate more. Let's have these fallbacks and blah blah blah, and that's fine. And in the end, we are all going to be differing because of each of our experiences are different. But there is a common ground that crime is going on, and these are the 4 different ways are going on.
You're repeating what I already said. That's already known. That's what I was trying to say in the first place, that we need to stick together, and we need to focus our attention on where the enemy is, not ourselves, not argue amongst ourselves, but focus our energy and our focus on the enemy. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier in regards to the installment, that's something that I figured that I mentioned just because I want to make sure you realize that that's something, that I want to do. But if you don't want to do them, that's up to you. You don't have to do them. People are responding positively to them, and that's why I figured I'd let you know. Right? That's that. There's that.
That's fine.
And there's
that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
You gotta let people speak. Because sometimes you don't. You have to understand. You have to be patient. Let people speak. So do me that favor, okay? The other thing is this, right? I am more than willing to speak to anyone that you bring to my attention that's from out there, part of your organization. And you had, I think, brought that up to me yesterday, and I believe you said the young man had his number on there, and I forgot his name. You told me his name, but I forgot it. And I do plan on reaching out to him. You already told me that he's a little bit timid, very soft-spoken and stuff like that, so I'll approach him in a very different manner. Just so he feels comfortable, I'll do that for sure. You know what I mean? And I do want to connect with more of your organization so that way they can also get a little more exposure over here in America. That was the key purpose of me contacting you in the first place, because I wanted to connect with you, to speak to you, get to know you. And once I did, I figured, okay, now we can help them get more exposure over here. And then possibly taking off with something else. Maybe you will inspire somebody or motivate somebody to do their own channel that are in other international countries, if that makes any sense. Okay? So this is what I'm also doing. I understand what you're saying. You're saying, we don't want to just focus on connecting only, and that's good that you're not against it, but you want to solve this problem. You want the solution. You want to, and as I told you, you have to be realistic. You have to be practical about it. This is not a game. This is serious. And we have to take it serious. And we have to make our moves not like checkers, but like chess. You know what I mean? Yeah. So if you want to look at it as a game, look at it as a chess game, if anything else.
That's right. Yeah, no, so that's what it is. That's right.
Before you move. You have to think 4, 5, 6 steps ahead. And you can't do that if you're only focused on certain things. That's why we all have to, like you said, corroborate, collaborate together, What I want to tell you now, Sister Saroja, is that I got to get ready to shut down this call. I'm already a little late as it is. As you already know, I work in the morning, okay? Yeah. And I need my sleep. I was supposed to shut this call down a little while ago, but it's okay, because it was well worth it. There's a lot of information on here. There's a lot of stuff that I wanted to get put on the documentation. And we did that. You know, it's unfortunate there was a little, row between you and Nigel, but that's okay too because families fight. Families fight. Friends fight.
I want to tell you, this is what I want to tell you, even in our group, because we don't have first hand on how it is happening, we all differ at certain length when it comes to details. We all differ. But the thing is, what we agree upon is that the crime is going on, and whatever it takes to get it established, we should only focus on that, not on the differences.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, this is what I was saying all along. You know, to focus our attention on the real enemy, not ourselves.
Yes.
But I already know what time it is. You know, those who are in the squad that know about the technology also know what time it is. So we don't take that personally. But I wanted to say to you, I want to apologize to you for the curse, bad language. I like the cut for ladies and stuff like that. I try not to, very vulgar. Tonight, I'm a individual. I can be very,
Yeah, please ask Nigel or somebody.
I try not to do that in the presence of women, ladies, or children. You know what I'm saying? I was taught that by my mother and father. Made my father rest.
Yeah.
That's why I try to do that. And whoever, cussed at you, saying they didn't do that on purpose. They were just expressing themselves. I know maybe they were being guided to do that with the technology. I'm not making excuses for anyone. I'm just saying it's possible because they are known to do stuff like that just to cause, a ruckus or some sort of disturbance.
Yeah, you might want to
individually, so that way they can divide and conquer, or try to divide and conquer. But they ain't divide and conquer anything this way because we're already solid. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, they're trying to mess with me visually through a window that I'm looking at, and they're throwing on these. They're probably police. The sirens, the flashing lights, the red and blue flashing lights. And yeah. They're doing it from a distance, and they're like beaming them off of a wall, off of a corner where I'm looking at. So obviously, for them to go that far, thank you. That shows how important I am. That you got to take the time to try to get my attention, to try to target subliminally, so I can see something. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would cuss them out right now, but you're on the call, so I'm not going to do that. But I'll say it in my mind.
Don't do that, please.
I'll say it.
Don't do anything that would discredit you.
So I'm saying it to them right now. With that
No.
said,
don't even tackle them. Don't even tackle them.
With that being said, I'd like to close the call, and I'd like to thank you and everyone else who was on the call for throwing up for the input. And we will be doing this again next weekend. Sister Saroja, you're more than welcome to join us again if you'd like to. If you don't, that's okay. I'd understand. It's up to you. We're definitely going to continue the other stuff if you like to also. If you don't want to, then you just let me know. You say the word, and I will be letting you know when I get in contact with that young man from over there that you said you wanted me to reach out to. I got the chance.
Okay.
Okay. Give me some time during the week. The week is busy for me. So there's a lot of stuff going on during the week for me. So give me some time, but I will reach out to you. It's already documented. It's on the record. Got my word on that. My word is good.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you, Archie.
If there's anything else you'd like to say, now would be the time before I close the call down.
Fair enough. Good. Already good. Everything is good.
Okay. Road 27, I don't know if you're still on there, man, but if you got anything you'd like to say, now would be the chance to say it. I received the email that you sent me. I will be adding that link within the description box after this call is uploaded. Are you there? Okay. He may be there, and they may be messing with his microphone on his phone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the call down at this time, And again, tell everyone thank you for being here. Shout out.
They keep on messing with my auto rotate on my phone. I'm trying to do it, and it keeps rotating on its own.
Oh.
I couldn't even hit the mute button. It kept on, like, you know what I mean? I hear clicking sounds, too, when I was trying to do it.
You already know.
Yeah, bro. I was fucking tired of my phone being hacked. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I should
say, man, before I shut the call down.
It's just, guys, stay up, man. This is just ridiculous. We're gonna get to this tyrannical way of. I just can't even, like. I hate having to go to work and have to put up with these people too. It's just you don't get they want to inflict fear so they can get what the fuck they want, and their ego gets in the way. Like there's no, like they're stuck in the system of a weird form of punishment for people. You know, it's stupid. It's like, you know, it makes you think, rethink life. Like, you know, like. And when you don't want to, you want to just go back to your way of living. But the real reason is, or the real truth is, will never go away. The rich people have nice, comfortable lives where they can get keys in their home. All the people on the bottom were one step closer to the edge every day. And if you're not going forward, like here, there's a saying, if you're not going forward, but to fall off the edge, you know. Way it goes. They don't care. Bunch of sick, disgusting people. Keep going forward as much as you can. Expose these people. You know, and let's see if we can even find our own community to go live in someday, you know? So.
All right, and with that being said, I want to shout out to Night of Thunder. He wasn't able to make it on the call tonight. I'm assuming he fell asleep. That's all good. Don't worry about it, bro. It's always next week. And definitely during the week, you know, when I get off work, you already know the time. I'm not going to mention the time frame. You know, we can speak that. Again, thank you, everyone, for being on the call. The viewers, the listeners, thank you for staying tuned. Continue to do that. And we'll be back with another one next weekend. This is RTTI in New York City. Signing out.
Cannabis, freestyle. No. Yo, I speak of frequencies dogs will have trouble hearing. Cannabis is the lyrical version of German engineering. Raw metaphors keep you high for months. Fly around the earth twice without refueling once. Ain't too many categories I can fit in when it comes to spitting. Cause I'm overqualified for the position. The laser guided, lyrical hybrid, creating scripts so sick I gotta arm wrestle my pen to write it. Don't get excited, cause if I ever catch one of you wannabes biting, we're gonna be fist fighting. So motherfuckers, what you want? I got the shotgun pump. You feel like a frog, then jump. I possess the lyrical ammo, the battle, and rip any one of you warm-blooded mammals to shambles. I make examples and you will eat a mouthful of your crew. The type of MC you can't outdo. I battle you on the net, I battle you in the flesh, I battle you over the phone, you can call me collect. I battle you for the respect, I battle you over a blank check, I battle you with a gun to my neck, I battle you standing over the toilet with my dick out, I battle you juggling a hand grenade with the pin out, in a stolen car with the VIN number ripped out, drinking a Guinness style, doing a 360 spin out. I stay righteous like Farrakhan, puffing on the marathon. You understand where I'm coming from? You number one, then I'm -2. Basically, that means I'm still better than you. Basic mathematics, the verbal mechanics of rhyming. Behold, I crush a piece of coal and create a diamond. On the microphone, I'm sicker than those who've acquired immune deficiency syndromes. And every word I utter for hip-hop lovers will reflect forever like two mirrors facing each other. The baddest, M other, F Let me break the style down so you don't have to wonder. I walk the B-lock with the G-lock, C-op, trying to get the D-R-op on the C-ops. Blow spots, capsize boats, shipwreck yachts. Headshots hit you with 300 nautical knots. You calling the cops, complaining about the hip-hop. Getting Benjamins like the L-Ox. It don't stop, Put away your burners, you can't service. My whole camp is allergic to being murdered. Metaphors is proof I got more than just a couple screws loose. Latinos call me the Black Jesus. So for all who believe in telekinesis to Jesus, I touch a paraplegic and heal him.